All right, here we go. Let me get rid of this. All right, what I'm going to do.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, man?
Get this thing set up here in a minute.
Yeah, let me.
Oh, that looks awesome.
I'm going to do some quick editing here. Let's get the rectangles. And
Okay.
let me try something else here. So what about...
Hold on a minute, buddy. I can't hear because all the rain. Give me a minute.
Oh, you're good.
I'll have to figure something out.
You're good. Let's see. Let's go. All right, let's do something like this. There we go. Yeah, you're going through this right here, man. You got your camera?
You what?
Is your camera on? Is your camera?
Not yet. I gotta get everything set up.
Okay.
Trying to find gas.
Yeah, I heard, man.
It ain't working out too hot.
That's why it's kind of hopping on. That way you can have the radar up while you're out there, you know? Where exactly are you at, man? And I can zoom in. Let's see. He can probably read chat. Where exactly are you?
I'm gonna have to find some headphones.
You're where?
Damn.
Sarasota. No, it doesn't look that heavy right there in Sarasota. If you can hear me now, do you have headphones, buddy?
A little bit. It just all the noise. Plus this truck's loud.
Yeah, do you have headphones? Do you got headphones in, or are you going off the phone?
There we go. All right.
Where exactly are you located, buddy?
What is it?
Where exactly are you located? Like, what you coming up to?
I am. Well, I'm not looking right now. I'm going to get gas. But I'm on Highway 19.
What city?
I'm almost back to Otter Creek, unfortunately.
Let me see. You're okay. I see Highway 19. Where
We'll be back at
exactly? If you have headphones, hook them up, man. You can hear a lot. You'll be able to hear me even in the storms. Because it's going to get heavy.
What, buddy?
Do you have headphones?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, no, not with me. I'm sitting on the damn computer. I could put it on the radio, but I'm sure backbeat.
Oh, I wish he had.
I know it's one gas station. I can't believe I'm driving all the way back this way. But I know they should have some headphones. I can't hear nothing. You get some. Yeah. The gas station I'm going to should have some. I'm going to grab a pair because I can't. The road noise, the rain. Sorry, buddy. Yeah. It's a good thing I turned around because now we're low level. If I don't find gas, I'm screwed.
Where exactly are you at on Highway 19, man? I still don't have a specific location. I don't know if you can hear me, though.
Give me a minute. That's low. Well, it ain't low. I'm at
This is Highway 19 right here.
the closest section, the closest cross street to me is Otter Creek. Well,
What city?
yeah. Florida State Road 24. So 2419. Otter Creek. Yeah. Otter Creek. Shady Oaks Campground.
All right, I found you.
All right, buddy.
Right here. All right, so here you're in the middle. Come on, baby, get down. Right here.
Yes.
All right, so we're right here.
I'm gonna grab some as soon as we get back to the station. Even if they don't got no gas.
Tornadoes are dropping everywhere.
All right, I can get out.
At least we're here to help. It's going to be getting nasty, bro. We need, hopefully some headphones.
Pretty much go all that. Oh, nice. It's not the interstate, like Podunk Highway. I ain't seen mile marker. Yeah. Right. Big and rough next up.
Okay. All right, I got on your live 360, man. I know exactly where you're at, buddy. You're right about this here, where my hand is on the cursor.
What's that? All right, cool. That'll work. Manatee Springs. Damn. All the way up here.
Okay, you're up here now. So where my cursor is where you're at, if you can hear me.
I see reds and blues. Oh, yeah. Look, gas is free. $0. Well, I'm back to Cedar Key. What a surprise. Don't do it, man. Well, thanks a lot. Mm-hmm. Like, seriously. Yeah. All right, so we're at Cedar Key, where we started.
Yeah, but at least you're getting gas, bro. And you
Truck's
can get
doing
some heat folks.
The truck's doing the chug-a-lug. Dude, it's crazy how, like, once it goes to half, it just starts dropping.
Wow. You're gonna be hitting some major stuff here. Pretty soon. Where exactly are you headed to?
Time is it? 2:30 now. Well, I was almost to St. Petersburg.
So that's your destination, St. Petersburg?
Yeah, it'll be for like 5 seconds because it's going to be bad.
Yeah, it's gonna.
I would have had a solid 2 hours. So I'm going to head that way, and if it gets too bad, then I'll divert and go back to the southeast, give or take.
So you got what, about hour and a half, 2 hours or more to get there from where you're at right now?
I'll have to look.
Right here. So you're right here.
Jesus. Yeah, that's 3 hours. So
Yeah. You're probably, by the time you hit that, you're probably going to be reaching this part of the storm right here. You're probably going to smack right into it. You got Petersburg right here, and it's just going to keep coming around. Now, I hope, man, dude, you got to watch out for those surge walls because right now all the rain is the water is getting pulled away from where you're at, but on this other side of the hurricane here, that's where all that surge wall is going to be coming, and that's where the 6 to 12-foot floods are going to be happening.
Yeah, it'll go inwards. I think. What do they say? 3 to 5 miles or something.
Yeah, it's this part right here is what's going to be bringing it. So it's about a couple hours away from St. Petersburg at this part. So just be careful because you might be getting there after the surge wall is already hitting. There are some tornadoes. Oh, go ahead.
There are some tornadoes.
Not you're far away from it, but these cells are heading in that direction.
Okay.
So right around when you get to Dunelin, you might around that area. We'll have to keep an eye out.
I expect there to be some flooding along the way because the amount, as much rain that's come down, plus the surge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's going to be pretty bad.
All right, so here we go. And then I'm going to go get my other headset. Don't forget to get some headphones, okay? I'm going to get my other.
They should have some headphones in there, I would imagine.
They'll have something, dude. Something. Even if it's a cheapo pair, at least it's something you can have in your ear because when you hit these storms where you're going, we're really not going to be able to hear each other if we don't have headphone communication.
I already can't hear as it is. It doesn't help.
Yeah. So once you get headphones, man, it'll make because the communication will be the key. I got your 360 up, so I'll know exactly where you're at. I can pull up a map. I can tell you what roads to go to if you get stranded. If roads are flooded, we can help you navigate and have the radar and all that stuff up at the same time. That way we can help steer you to safety.
At least I'll have some eyes, because I'm sure it's going to get where I can't hardly see it.
Oh, it's going to get bad. That's why it doesn't matter even if it's a cheap pair, and if they're cheap, maybe get two just in case. I'll be back here in a few. I'm going to go get my better headphones here. I'll be right back.
All right, buddy.
Whenever he gets empty there, I just got to pull ahead about 2 foot. Then
Okay.
I can reach pump and you can pull in there.
Thank you. It's a little hard. I didn't realize the angles.
Waiting on gas. Ain't nobody waiting on gas up the road a half a mile. 15 pumps empty, okay?
Is the gas station on the... Okay.
Circle K right
Yep.
up the road.
Thank you, sir.
I tried to call.
Don't do it. Damn. We are on E, running on fumes. Jesus. All right.
All right. Can you hear me? Let's see. All right. Can you hear me okay? Wanted to get the better headset set up here. Sorry, I had all my gear in the car. Let me see here. Nope. Let's see. Still getting stuff set up. All right. Okay, so we are basically right here in this area. Okay, so we got Live 360 up, got radar. Shoot, I forgot to plug in my computer. There we go. Okay. I do have the availability to have a scanner up too if we need it. Let me know. I can run a scanner on another device.
What are the odds it's broke?
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, someone broke the damn handle. So I had to sit there and get it to disengage. But it kept saying, pump your fuel, pump your fuel. And it broke.
There's Trey's Cash App link if you want to donate to Trey.
Never seen that happen. Someone must have got rough with it.
Right. And also, because it does go straight to him, we can drop the link. If you are in my chat, we can drop the link and you can go to his channel and then also do the donations or contributions over there too. That way he gets them ASAP.
Thank you guys. This has been weird. I should have took a picture. As soon as that police officer said there's a gas station down the road and no one's waiting, dude, they flogged.
So you're 3 hours out?
Yeah. I was only like 40 minutes.
Do you think I need to run a scanner? I can run a scanner on another device if needed.
Yeah. If you want.
Is that hail?
No, just the amount of water off the roof of the awning. I'm like halfway in. I'm waiting in line.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up like a Google direction map and see if there's any road closures, and I'll keep hitting refresh as well to see if there's any updates, so we can steer you around flooded roads and things like that too, so you don't get trapped.
All right. I'm never trapped.
You'll just have to. I don't know, dude. This hurricane might trap you.
That's what I mean. I said, unless it's the hurricane, it might be all corners. Please don't hit the boat.
Because we have the availability to have the streets up. I checked Google, and so far it looks like closures start in Tampa.
What the fuck?
So do me a favor when you're driving, dude. Just call out the street signs so I can follow you exactly, and I can kind of steer you in case you need it.
All right.
Just keep calling out street line. Yeah, just call out street signs like a motherfucker.
There's not a lot on the stretch to there, but once I get closer, there should be a lot. I mean, there is. Hold on a minute, man. I gotta go look at this real quick.
You're good. We do have him on 360, live 360 too, so, but I'm running all these different programs at the same time, so. Yeah, Michael, that's why I joined. I actually had everything set up in the vehicle, and then I seen it, and I was like, oh shit, let me hop on to help. So I got the Radar Omega. I have the availability to pull up maps and all that stuff just in case. So I'll probably end up. I am feeling better today. I wasn't feeling good the last couple days, so, but I'll probably push tonight's show till tomorrow, because this is probably going to be an all day. It's going to be the hurricane is. We're talking, I think, through tomorrow early morning, I think. And I want to make sure I'm there for Trey. That way, if he does need help route-wise, storm-wise, any of that we can provide any kind of assistance that we can from here. Just try and help. Yeah, he's by himself. I'm in Myrtle Beach. I was getting ready to do some work for Micah Miller today, and then I seen he needed help, so I'm like, you know what, I could do that stuff tomorrow. We
The
need to
boat has
help
like
today.
500 pounds of water in it.
What's that?
The boat has like 500 pounds of water in it.
Oh, I'm sure. Is there
The
a way
lead-
you can just open it up while you're driving so it doesn't weigh your truck down, man?
Yeah, the leaves had it
Okay.
clogged,
Okay.
so it's draining. It'll be a minute.
Yeah, it's a nasty hurricane, y'all.
Oh, they're coming, dude.
And if you guys could, update the status of the hurricane, the category, tornado warnings, all that stuff, that'll definitely help out because I'm not a weatherman, storm chaser, so this is all new to me. And I have resources available that I can try and help, and I'm going to try the best that I can. But I could always use the help.
I will be back.
See, me and baby are baby. See, out here in the NB, we're safe. We're just trying to help out. Me and baby are in the MB. Yep, baby Angel. She's chilling on my shoulders, getting some fresh air, sniffing like crazy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You're so focused. You're so focused. Why are you so focused? Huh? She's loving it right now because I didn't shave, so it's like, oh, she don't do that to me. You're potty trained like crazy, huh? Even if your bathroom's not in the same room, you still sleep all cuddled up next to me until we're ready to go, and then you wait, huh? You're such a good kitty. You're such a good kitty. She's my little parrot. See? Here. Smooch. She's my little parrot. Hey, baby. The birds, huh?
Pretty bird.
She's my little parrot. Come here. All right, so where you see the hand on the map, that's his location. It looks like it's getting better. Does anybody know? Does anybody know what the category is right now? Hey, baby. I need to shave, huh? All these birds, huh? All these birds. A lot of different birds, huh? Category 4. Okay. I'll pull up. What I'll do is I'll pull up a live YouTube stream of like a local news channel, and we'll switch back and forth to that too. Don't forget your headphones, bro. Yeah, he's not next to the tornadoes right now, but there's probably going to be some heading in that direction here pretty soon. I think I can't remember the name of the town. Is probably where he's going to end up meeting one. But with the radar Omega, we have up to the second notifications. Hi, baby. Yeah, he has to. We can't do Ryan Hall, y'all, because he'll strike me. But we need to. We're doing this. We're doing this because he was out there by himself, and I wanted to have him be able to have radar and communication and all that stuff. That way, we can help steer him out of trouble if he comes to it. 3 p.m. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got. We're just focused on Trey, not on the whole storm. We're just trying to help Trey every way we can. Okay. I'm trying to see like a local TV station that I'm not going to get hit from. Let's see, weather. Fox 4 now. Okay, here we go. Fox 4 now, maybe. Let's see, NBC News. Okay, so here we go. We'll switch to this here.
They were going to lose power. They were concerned about flooding, and they didn't want to risk being there. They knew they should ride out the storm, whether they were from Tampa or Sarasota. They decided to get to the middle of the state and wait to see what happens.
All right, Eva. Well, Orlando doesn't need to worry about storm surge, but flooding is absolutely a major concern, right?
Absolutely. And what we saw here in the city that they've done is they've actually lowered some of the lakes in the area, taken some of the water out to give space for the rain that we're expecting here. Also, all of the parking decks in town are free right now so that people can move their cars to higher ground. And just to kind of give a context, lay of the land for people who haven't been anywhere outside of Disney if they came to Florida, Central Florida, a lot of this area is swampland. So there's already a lot of water in the ground. There's been a lot of rain and water here. This ground is very saturated. And so that concern for flooding, when you get this kind of rain this quickly, like we're expecting with this hurricane, is very real for the people who live here.
Well, what are you hearing from residents in addition to that? I mean, how are they all bracing right now for this monster storm, Eva?
You know, as you talk to the people, especially we're seeing a lot of the people who've evacuated, you know, there's anxiety there. The unknown of what's about to happen in the next 24 hours, there's this sort of, there's nothing they can do about it. The stress of
What's up, man?
adding to it.
I got headphones. I gotta open them up.
Nice.
The floor of hotels or
I'm going to switch back between radar and live updates and stuff. Let me get your route.
That's completely fine, buddy.
Just trying to make it through the next 24 hours so they can see what they're facing tomorrow, Kira.
Eva Pilgrim, let's.
I gotta take a feng shui, not a feng shui, but I gotta take a breather for a second.
It with us. ABC
Yeah.
Station in Houston, KTRK. That's where she usually is, but she's with us now.
Just people
helping
is
us,
all.
get through a very busy time. Clearly, Elise. What do you think as you've been looking at all the maps? When can we expect rainfall?
Right now, with the current pace and trajectory Milton is moving, we're thinking later this evening after sunset, which makes the storm so much more scary because this is going to be a nighttime. 9 and 11 p.m. Milton still a Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles per hour, moving northeast at about 16 miles per hour right now, gusts up to 175. Still such a powerful storm. And you can see we are expecting Milton to continue to weaken. It has been weakening, at least from the capability of the wind speed, but not necessarily the storm surge. The storm surge is there, and it is going to roar ashore later tonight. Landfall as a potential Category 3 with winds of 125 miles per hour, but retaining that hurricane strength as it makes.
Hey, Trey, do you have a way to keep your phone charged, bro?
Yeah, I got batteries and everything. Can you hear me?
Okay, because, yeah, I can hear you. We're going to need to make sure you go to your settings and click headset for your audio on your StreamYard. Okay.
Wired headset. Or maybe I should do headset. No, wired headset.
Yeah. And then see the sound level, how you can have it adjusted automatically. Just unclick that, keep your echo on, unclick the other one, and turn your microphone all the way up, bro.
Is that better?
Yeah, just have that maxed out.
Okay, it's a 200.
Okay, that's good. All right, because we're probably going to have to stay on with you through the whole night, okay?
You're good. Oh, it's going to be bumpy, I can tell you that much right now. All right.
Let me see here. Let's see. Let's switch that to tomorrow. All right, and I'm gonna be I'm gonna be here all night with you, man. So
all right, but I appreciate it because
no problem, man.
Till the internet goes down.
Well, hopefully, even if it's choppy, it's fine, man.
I think it should be all right.
Were you able to fill up? You got jugs with
Yeah.
you?
I got gas. I got the jugs. Well, I got gas in the jugs. All the jugs are full.
Okay.
So, and then I even got a little jug for the boat, like 50 feet.
All right. So this is what you're looking at right now. So you're right here where my hand is.
Oh, wow. That's gonna get sideways.
So it's going to get real bad in about an hour. Hour and a half. It's going to get bad.
How far into
Where
it?
you're you're right here, but you're probably once you get around Spring Hill, is where you're probably going to end up meeting a lot of the heavy stuff. Hour to hour and a half into your trip. And the worst of it is supposed to be this evening.
Like an 8?
Let me go back to this. Yeah, somewhere around there. Can you let me know if you can hear this okay?
Examples of just the main objectives here.
Okay.
Where did you sort of bump up resources, maybe increase resources, and why?
So we have, as I said, the people that are stationed in Florida in harm's way, we've moved just out of the significant impact area so that they are able to flow back in quickly. My main operational.
So it's they're talking.
Are they talking about this gas station?
What's that?
I just her wording. It sounded weird because these gas stations are open. The ones that are like just far enough on the outskirts.
Yeah, right now you're in a spot where it's just a 2 to 5 foot warning, so they're not going to get hit that hard right now. That's probably I don't know if they'll be open tonight. I doubt they'll be open tonight.
Right.
But you're going to be going into the areas that's 8 to 12, 10 to 15 foot storm surge. Especially the 10 to 15 foot. In between, so 8 to 12, 10 to 15. Right here. You can see right above Tampa. So basically where Spring Hill is at is basically where it goes from 2 to 5 to 8 to 12. Spring Hill. So when you come up by Spring Hill, you'll just keep an extra eye.
The deadliest part of the storm surge of 8 to 12 feet. Potentially just north of Tampa Bay through Tampa Bay, all the way down to Naples, a 5 to 8 foot surge expected there on the Gulf Coast. But then on the East Coast, we could see a 2 to 5 foot surge from Cape Canaveral, the Space Coast, all the way up to Jacksonville and even into coastal Georgia as well. So there's a lot of elements to this storm, of course, Kira. The main concern right now is tornadoes and some of the heavy rain that's already falling, but winds are starting to pick up along the Gulf Coast, and soon we'll be experiencing more tropical storm force winds impacting the Gulf Coast as well.
All right, Elise, thank you so much. And then at the White House briefing this afternoon, my next guest said the U.S. Coast Guard is mindful of just how.
Go ahead, bro. Okay, he's at this location right here. I can't hear you, man. The headphones are acting weird. Yeah, they're acting weird. I can barely hear you. Seems like a lot of static. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you great. Now, that's weird. Why don't I unplug it so I can try it again?
Hold on, let me get my other headphone in.
How about now?
What's up?
I think I muted myself.
Okay, so where I have wherever my hand is where you're at on the map.
Okay. Is this better?
Yeah, I can hear you better. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Apparently, you got to talk into this mic.
Do you have like a piece of tape? You can tape it to your shirt or something, so you don't have to hold it up.
There we go. I got a pen. Is that any better?
You're fine, man.
I got it up. I got it close enough now. So I got to wrap it around the pen. So I'm coming up under South 1998.
Back by Otter Creek.
Yeah, and the boat was definitely full of water.
Can't hear you. There's a lot of feedback. The microphone might have moved.
Just a bad spot. No, I said the all the police left their post, went somewhere like lights and sirens.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge storm surge. Be safe, man.
I'm going to.
At least the rain died down some. Where you're at. Can't hear you. He's trying to get to St. Petersburg.
What about now?
Yes, I can hear you better now.
This has got to be the world's worst mic.
Hey, it works though. We just need you to be able to hear, in case I need to tell you something. We'll have to figure out something.
I can hear you 100%.
At least you can hear me, so at least I have you on 360, and if I can't hear you, at least I'll be able to tell you directions and stuff. But just be prepared, because when the rain gets heavy, if there's a way, I don't know. I know you're driving and everything. Maybe do you have like some kind of duct tape or something, so that way you can.
I literally have to hold it like right by my mouth.
Yeah, can you like do you have any kind of tape you can maybe tape on your neck to have the microphone kind of sitting? You know, just a way that you don't have to hold it up to your mouth for us to hear you. Because when it gets heavy rain.
Here, let me put it on the seatbelt. It's one of those inline microphones, what it is. It's not really a good way to put it up.
Okay, and so this is the route that he's taken. Left from Chief Land and now
Otter
heading
Creek.
to St. Petersburg. So here's the route he's taken if anybody wants to keep an eye out for any possible information when it comes to weather. That can help out in any way. Even if I do know the information, it doesn't matter. It'll always be help no matter what. So there's the route.
Cool.
Let's see. Let me.
We got Inglis 24 miles, St. Petersburg 117 miles.
Okay. So there's the route. If anybody wants to pay attention to help. Potential wind gust 110 plus miles an hour here. Let me get.
I can definitely feel the gust starting.
Yeah, let me get back to the radar because. Let me zoom out. So the 110 is going on right here in this area right now.
Okay.
Okay, and when you get to Spring Hill, which is right here, that's probably when you're going to be meeting all of this stuff down here. All right, so we'll go back to Otter Creek. Just passed it. I'll kind of zoom out so you can see that my hand is where you're at, and then the radar is showing what's coming to you.
Oh, is it moving up Florida?
Yeah,
That's
moving
weird.
up. Yeah, it's moving up.
How widespread is that?
You're just on the very tip of it, dude.
Okay, I see it.
The eye is right here. The eye is supposed to hit Tampa, St. Petersburg, probably before or around the same time that you're going to be getting there.
Just went over Flat Branch Creek.
Okay, so you're right where my hand is, and I'm going to zoom out so you got a wider view of the radar there.
I'm going to kind of hug the center a little bit because we got debris now.
Alright, let's see. Still a ways for tornado warnings, but probably about an hour and a half you're going to hit some probably.
See, to me, this looks like frontline winds. Like a wall cloud, but with frontline winds. But I know it's not because it's now a hurricane. Just for clarity, we're not storm chasers.
No, I'm just using my whatever resources I have to try to help. So
Yeah.
Any information will help, trust me. I'm just trying to use whatever resources I have. I don't want you to get stranded or something, man.
Yeah, if something pops up.
Plus, we can steer you around road closures and floods and things like that as best as we can.
Hopefully that. Wonder what, there it goes. back her off a little bit. I'm used to doing this without a boat trailer. Golf hammock. Golf. And I think that's public something.
Where is Okeechobee, where he's located? He's by Otter Creek, Florida, right now, just past it about 15 minutes ago. Heading south on Highway 19.
Correct.
How far is Okeechobee?
I think it's behind me, isn't it? I'll have to look. I really don't remember. Pretty sure it's behind me.
Chat can help us out.
I could be wrong with that. Wrong.
He's heading down Highway 19, so he's where my hand is, and he's heading down that road going south. Okay, so it's not next to you.
You said it's not next to me?
No. I don't see any. There was no tornado warnings where you're at right now in that county or the next county, but the storm is heading north and to the west. You're on the top of the hurricane, the tip of it. So it's going to be moving north and to the west for right now.
That's kind of not. So it's going to come. I can see it on radar. So it's sweeping.
Yeah. You're getting the very top of it. Like I said, you won't have to worry about the storm surges until the eye reaches the destination. It's the part that comes after the eye that is where the storm surges are going to come. You're going to want to try and stay inland as much as possible because they're talking anywhere from 8 to 15 feet.
Yeah. It could go 3 to 5 miles in. So
basically, the farther south you go, the worse it's going to get.
I'm interested to see that rotation, and then once the hurricane actually hits, like what it's going to actually do. Not that it's, what I mean by that, just the way the storm itself is rotating and sweeping across. Like it's almost like, which is weird. You would think it would. I thought it was supposed to just go straight across.
No. I mean, it is. It's going at an angle, but it's following the high pressure system from the Bermuda Triangle. And what it's kind of, it's like a high pressure bubble that the hurricane will ride. And so basically it's going up to the right, but the effects of it, where you're at particularly, are going into the northwest direction. It's just because you're on the top of the hurricane.
Right on it. Yeah.
What I'll do, yeah, he's traveling south on Highway 19. If you see anything near that, let him know. I'll give you guys another city that you can kind of keep an eye on that he's going to be heading to. Let's see. He's going to be by G. Keep an eye on this area right here. Chat. Chat, do me a favor. Keep an eye on that area right there. He's going to be going right by there, or B Tree Ford. And also, let's see. You need to keep an eye on.
That's picking up.
Let's see. You need to keep an eye on Tidewater, Goth State Park, and also these three areas right here. And this. So do me a favor, chat. Keep an eye on Inglis, Tidewater, and Goth State Park. I'm going to switch to the live ABC News update, okay, bro? We're going to switch to that real quick and see what they're saying.
Hunkered down, and they're bracing for this storm, Kira.
So let's talk about resources that have been put in place for residents who don't have the money or the ability to get out of where they are. I mean, we've been hearing all kinds of things from certain areas offering up Uber rides or law enforcement helping out. What are you hearing from residents where you are?
So the biggest thing that is being expanded upon is the need to get to shelter. So officials have been hosting press conferences all morning saying even though it may be too late to get very far north, you can still get out. The biggest concern is the storm surge. It is that water that's going to be rapidly rising. They kept saying if you live in a one-story home and you're dealing with 12 feet of storm surge, you have to think a typical ceiling, maybe 8 feet tall. They said you will die. And on top of that, we're expecting power outages. So what they're saying is get yourself to a shelter. Shelters are not, far away in terms of driving. You can get into an Uber, which the state partnered with Uber that will give them a free ride to go to the shelters. More than 200 shelters available, more than 200,000 beds available. They say bring your pets, just get out of the way of the storm surge. That's the biggest concern, Kira.
All right. Well, for the residents staying put, how are they bracing for this?
For those who want to stay, I mean, a lot of the preparations were yesterday and the day before. They were getting the sandbags, filling those up, boarding up their windows, running to the grocery stores, getting the cases of water, the canned food, as well as flashlights and things like that, because they are expecting several days without power. Now, the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, he had a press conference earlier. He said there are more than 50,000 linemen on standby, ready to be working in the state of Florida as that power inevitably goes out. But again, residents are prepping for the worst. Kira.
All right, Jacqueline Lee, right there in Tampa for us. Thanks, Jacqueline. My next guest said the U.S. Coast Guard is mindful of just how serious this storm is and that her men and women are ready to respond. Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard, Admiral Linda Fagan, joining me now. Admiral, I'm so glad that we're able to connect. I watched along. I watched you, head of FEMA, DHS, National Hurricane Center, the president, the VP. All of you were on this call talking about emergency response. I'm just curious what you thought of that call. Do you still have concerns? Do you feel good about coordination right now? What was your overall assessment after that brief?
Yeah, no, thank you, Karen. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit more about the Coast Guard and what we're doing to be ready to respond. And I shared that during the briefing. One, I want people to know that this is a huge storm with potential really significant impacts and a lot of discussion around the storm surge, wind, and the potential for property damage and loss, but more importantly, the potential for loss of life. And the Coast Guard's primary mission and focus is life-saving, ensuring that people don't lose their lives. And after that is protecting the marine transportation system, the port and the Port of Tampa, which I talked about earlier. I want your viewers to know that the United States Coast Guard is ready. We have moved people, ships, aircraft out of harm's way, out of the way of Milton, so that as it is safe for us to begin to operate again, we're able to move quickly back into the area and ensure that lives are not lost. The best thing that people couldn't do was to have evacuated when there was time to do that. I can't just overemphasize how impactful storm surge and moving water is. It can be incredibly devastating, and it's easy to underestimate just how dangerous what the volume of water is that we're talking about in this storm.
Sure, and we're talking about possibly a historic storm now. And I know you've deployed almost, 1,300 people now to Florida. Can you give me a couple of examples of just the main objectives here? Where did you sort of bump up resources, maybe increase resources, and why?
So we have, as I said, the people that are stationed in Florida in harm's way, we've moved just out of the significant impact area so that they are able to flow back in quickly. My main operational commander is based in Miami, but we've moved him forward into Tallahassee along with other emergency managers, first responders to support the state emergency operations center, to help support FEMA. We've got shallow water boats and teams ready to flow back in, helicopters and those crews, and they're really the first ones that we begin to move back in as the bands pass and we get into a weather window. So people, boats. Takes a little longer for the large cutters to come back into the area, but they will be back. They will be some of the first ones into the Port of Tampa to begin those assessments to ensure that we're able to reopen the port and get that critical commerce flowing. But so we've got ready assets ready to go now. And as we're able to assess and understand what the impacts of the storm actually were overnight and into the morning, we're ready to flow additional resources that we may need to ensure there's no additional loss of life, that FEMA may need, and any of our other federal, state, and local operators. It's a great integrated team effort, and we are absolutely ready.
Admiral, your swift water rescue teams, they're the best in the country. We witnessed at least one water rescue. As you know, you got a lot of attention for when your helo crew, your rescue swimmer got to that man and his dog that needed help. They had to, get off their boat immediately. Are you concerned at this point about any other boaters out in the water? I know you did have to respond to a cruise ship that got stuck. There were some medical emergencies. Can you kind of bring us up to date on folks that are out in the water right now?
Yeah. So again, hopefully people that were on the water and in the storm's path have heeded those warnings and moved to get themselves out of harm's way. We obviously, we stand 24/7 watches. We are available. We take radio calls for distress, but the best thing people could have done was to get themselves out of harm's way, whether they are living in a coastal community or on a boat and in need. The rescue you cited from just a week or so ago, right? That is us at our best, going out into harm's way and helping save lives and ensure that in this case, the individual and his dog did not succumb.
What's up with the Tidewater? Here comes something.
All right. Sorry, I thought I was off mute. Okay, so he's going to be coming up to Crystal River now. He's just about to pass Inglis. He's coming up to Crystal River. This is where you're at on the map, bro. Where my hand is. And I'm going to zoom back. So this is your location in relation to the storm here.
Sorry, I was
Probably
listening
about a.
to the wind.
You're good. You're about a half hour away from possible tornado storms.
Coming right up here.
The storm is moving in the northwest direction on the top of the hurricane, so it's going to be heading in your direction. So the cells that are towards the bottom right of you are going to be meeting you in about a half hour. That's where the tornado warnings are coming from.
It's kind of like choose your poison, because if I go to the east, it actually looks worse. But if I go to the west, you got the surge.
Yeah, the surge is going to be underneath the eye. And basically where you're at right now is where the cutoff is from 8 to 12 to 10 to 15 foot storm surge. So you're entering the area that's going to be the 10 to 15 foot storm surge right now. But that will be either as you arrive in St. Petersburg or as you're leaving. So when you leave, you might want to try and take a route that's in the middle of the state, even if it's longer, because you're going to be more protected from the storm surges.
All right. I think I have.
I'm going to be hanging out with you as long as we need to, man, to make sure you're safe, even if it's through the early morning. I'm here no matter what.
I think I have until about 7 o'clock to safely do it.
Well, we're going to be here through the night with you, man, because we want to make sure that you're back on the path safe. However long that takes. Be here for whatever we can do to help you out, whether it's radar, maps, road closures. Chat is going to help us out as well. Thank you, chat. Speaking of, look up this area right here and see if there's anything nasty coming in that direction, please. We do have it up on the map, but I'm trying to run all this stuff at the same time. And like he said, we are not weathermen or storm chasers. I'm just trying to help him out here. Make sure you're safe, you know.
Oh yeah, 100%. Got it.
At least you got the radar and all that stuff, you know.
It almost like crunches up right on this route.
Have you thought about a point where you might just turn around because it becomes too dangerous? Have you already thought, like, what conditions you're going to make that choice in?
Yeah, I'll fill it. I'll go based off of radar. If there's anything, if radar indicates anything ahead of me that's like tornadic, then obviously turn around. But I should be able to fill it before it even pops up on radar. If that makes sense. Like it'll be a sudden. It'll start gusting.
Yeah, we'll be here through the middle of the morning. I don't care, bro. When I woke up, I didn't even know you were going. I was just getting ready to go do some on-location shit, and I was like, oh gosh, I need to, like, and thanks for doing it, man, because I'm like, this would be the best if you are out there. Have radar, whatever
You said radar.
need, we can.
You said radar earlier. I was like, absolutely.
Yeah, with my Radar Omega, I can look up Google Maps. I already got your route on Google Maps. We can check road closures. We got, the national news to keep us updated on current conditions where you're at too. So we got any kind of resources available. But I do need chat's help because, I'm not a weatherman and I'm just trying to use whatever resources I can to make sure Trey's safe. So Crystal River is where he's going to be heading to here in a few.
How does it look over by? I don't know how to pronounce this. Lecanto.
It's getting weaker. Right now, you're in a yellow area. So if you see where your hand's at, you're basically that's where you're at right now.
Okay.
That's covering your next 15-20 minutes, and then I'll update it after that. Zoom back for you, that way you can see what's coming. It looks like it's going to be dying down on the route that you're taking, but right after it dies down, it's going to come with a humongous punch. You can see that cell in the bottom right of your direction that's going to be running into where you're at in about 20-30 minutes.
Oh, I see
You're
it.
basically going to meet it. Yeah, you're going to meet it. You two are going to be doing a cross path. Busby, if you'd like to hop on, you're more than welcome, bro. We can definitely use whatever resources we can have, because it's going to be a nasty storm, and Trey's going to need all the help. Even after he gets his friend, they're still going to need help. This is going to be a thing that lasts until the middle of the day tomorrow. It's not going to be over. It's going to be. We're definitely going to need your help.
I think I'm going to cut over eventually to 589.
Okay.
Because that'll get me off. Maybe help with some of that wind right off the freaking ocean. And then kind of give me a little bit of leeway, put some more miles between the surge once that actually does happen on the way back.
Okay.
Not for sure how that looks as far as tornadic or later on, but I know it's a little red over there, but it's also got a lot of green.
Well, just remember, it's going northwest. The more the middle of the state you go, the harder you're going to get hit initially. You kind of want to ride the coast if you can, just because it's pulling all the water away from where you're at.
Okay.
How much more time do you have until? What's the ETA for your arrival there?
It's showing 6 p.m. if I were to go actually on it, which I'm not going to do that. I'm sure this surge and everything.
Yeah, let me do some work.
Plus, bridges have. I don't want to say bridges have more wind, but the wind scoots across the bridges pretty easily.
Let's see. Okay, so you are coming up the Crystal River. So it's telling you to take 44.
That's probably
You mean the
40.
the St. Pete?
Yeah, it's telling you to take 44. It's telling you to take 44, then to 589, which is probably a good route because you're not next to the coast, but you're still not in the middle of the state. 585 all the way down, and then to 680.
It did have me
Okay.
taking 19 all the way up. That's pretty narrow.
Okay. Right when you get to let me see, right when you get to like Odessa is maybe when we'll double check your route to see if you need to go different routes. There's multiple ways to get there, but depending on the surge, this one right here, it's having you go across a huge bridge over the bay, and that you might. It's good to have city buildings
That's
where
a
you're
big
going.
no-no.
Right, it'll block a lot of so we might switch up the route there, but that's as you're getting to Odessa. After Odessa is when you kind of will take a look at the route again. All right, so you are right here. So you're at Crystal River, or about to come up to it.
Pretty much there.
Okay. Let's see. So let's switch back to this.
Yeah, that's gonna. This whole road coming back will probably be covered in water.
Okay, so Crystal River. Yeah, we're gonna help you get the best, safest way out too. All right, so let's zoom back. Okay, the tornadoes are staying to the east coast of Florida, so that's good. And they're starting to die down as they're heading in your direction too. These cells down here are starting to die down and break up a little bit.
Okay, that'll give me some.
Let's see, we'll zoom back. Okay, so Tampa, St. Petersburg, they're getting hit with some crazy storms and weather. The eye is probably an hour and a half.
About an hour and a half.
Somewhere around there, yeah. The eye. It looks like it's starting to make a north turn, so it's
What the heck?
too. Yeah, right here it kind of starts to go more north. It's slowing down too.
Dude, I don't want to be to the north. Why is it? That's not moving how. That's not moving how I thought it was going to move at all. Like I see how it's moving, but
is going to be affected. All this pink.
This is going to sound weird, but what's it look like to the southeast?
You still got wind. You're right
Yeah.
here. Right here is what's going to end up hitting right here. And
Okay.
that's where all that water is going to come pouring in to St. Petersburg, Tampa. Yeah, because from the ocean, the winds. So the coast of Florida, excuse me, the coast of Florida on the west side of Florida has like a gradual shelf. So basically, the winds that are blowing here on the south of the hurricane are actually creating like its own tsunami. Okay, so with the shelf on the west side of Florida being a gradual slope, that's actually is good for the hurricane because it actually gets stronger. It's like a humongous tidal wave, a bunch of humongous tidal waves like a tsunami,
is going to be rushing in because of the winds. Doesn't even have to do anything with rain. So the winds alone are going to create that, and that's what's going to end up hitting this right here, and it's just going to slam a whole bunch of water from the ocean.
How far north do you think that's going to go before it travels northeast?
Well, it's projected to go in this direction right here. If you can see my hand.
Yeah.
moving.
I'm just saying, like, the way that's the energy, like, if you look down towards Miami, not really, but down towards that direction, like the tail end of it.
Yeah.
And then the rotation. Yeah, I see the direction it's going to go.
So this right here is the edge of the high pressure bubble from Bermuda. Okay. So basically the hurricane is going to come up in this direction, and as it hits land, it's still going to follow that high pressure. So you can see the almost invisible barrier of that high pressure right here, because these storms right here are kind of following the outside. So where these storms are going is basically where that hurricane's going to be following.
It's going to suck it right out.
Yeah, even though it's going north right now, it's because this part of the storm is pushing it more north because of that high pressure bubble right here. But once it starts heading north, then it's going to turn back more to the east because, you know, you can see that invisible barrier.
Okay. That makes more sense.
The hurricanes basically ride the high pressure bubble, whatever the high pressure bubble looks like. And that's where the wobble comes, is because the high pressure bubble isn't like a perfect circle. It's, you know, it's constantly changing as well, because there's this right here is where it initiates from in Bermuda, and so the high pressure bubble is basically right here. All right, so we'll get back to your location here. He's going to be coming up to Hermosa Springs. All right, so here's Hermosa Springs right here. You're coming up to. And I'm going to zoom back so you can see the radar that's coming to you. Those storms, even though they're dying down, these ones right here, even though they're dying down, they're still going to pack a punch for you. But again, the good thing is you don't have the storm surge yet. Yes, he did find gas.
Yeah, finally. Hey, want a van?
That I do, because I'm tired of paying for a home. I'd rather just pay for a real home.
I guarantee you, those vans sitting back there are all going to be underwater.
Yeah, we're going to make sure you get out of there safe, too. When did you even leave?
Let's see. I went to work Monday night, got off that morning, and then I was like, I can't even explain it. I had thought about it, so the first hurricane, I was like, man, I really need to get out there before it even hits. And then I couldn't go. I'm like, that sucks. I knew it was going to be bad. I just didn't know where it was going to drop. So then, when this popped up, I kept looking, and like no one was saying anything about any more hurricanes. So I kind of got like tunnel vision, and I was like, in the back of my head, I was like, okay, cool, it's over. Like Florida probably isn't going to get hit again. That's what I was thinking. Or like, and then it popped up, and everybody's talking about how bad it was. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I left Tuesday at roughly 4:30, give or take.
Wow. Yeah, it had to be quite a haul already, man. So how long have you been on the road total? Like,
oh, dude, it was Well, you know how this truck is. I can't
20
maintain
hours?
speed. It was about 20 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, I've been moving longer than that, but
So, how much time? How many minutes are you out?
what do you mean? Like,
How long until what's your arrival?
oh, sorry, man. I was thinking about
6 p.m.
Yeah, 5:57. That's if I were to go actually out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Might be a good thing to keep an eye on too every so often. Just if it does all of a sudden jump up, I can take a look ahead of time and see if there's certain route closures or something that we can be prepared for well in advance.
However,
So-
but I don't. Besides flooding and stuff, I don't think there's going to be any. Like I've seen all the emergency crews pull out. That's what they were doing. I didn't realize at the time until I seen all the ambulances.
Yeah, I'm saying if your route jumps like from 5:57 to 6:20, there might be like a road closure or something that I can have advance notice of to help you out. That way I can look landfall in 4 hours. So it's moving way slow now. You might be able to get him out before the storm surge, bro.
Oh, if he
4
doesn't want to
hours
leave.
is.
He doesn't want to leave.
Oh, I thought you were going to take him.
Yeah, I was going to, but he said he's content. Like it's kind of messed up.
So,
Is it considered
do you
happy?
want to head back home, or
No, I'm not going home, but
what are you gonna do? Sit there with him?
no, hell no. That's going to be underwater. No, the initial plan was to come get him. But
So, what are you hoping he'll go with you when you get there?
that was my hope. But wait, I don't think he's going to go.
So, what are you gonna do when if you get there and he doesn't want to go? Are you gonna turn back around before it comes at you, or?
Yeah. Well, what I was doing recon work to see how the layout was. I haven't been down here forever. I want to see how everything looked before it hit. That's not good. I want to see how it looked before it hit, so that way, whenever I come back in after the winds die down, maybe in areas that are flooded out, but without such high waves, come in and just see if anybody needs help. But I wanted to be able to navigate it, knowing what it looked like before.
Do you want me to find like a parking lot you can chill at, that you'll be safe at while the storm comes through? Then.
Yeah, that would be great. Like after he said he didn't want to come, my initial before that stuff, my initial thing was just to get my brain familiarized with the layout. So that way, whenever I come down,
really bad hurricane though. This is one 10-15 foot storm surge, man.
yeah, it's going to be bad.
Downgraded to category 3.
As it hits.
You'll want to find here. I'll look up a city here, because you don't want to be in St. Petersburg, Tampa. You want to be away from the water a bit. Yeah, it's supposed to be catastrophic flooding.
Yeah, where he's at is going to be flooded out, man. Like,
yeah,
without it, like no matter how it hits, where it hits, it's going to be underwater. So I need to know that. I don't know. I know he's watching, or he was.
Yeah, I know he's live, Busby. I can't watch it because I have all this stuff up. We can't play it because he'll strike me. I played one of the videos as an update on one of my shows, and I had to remove it. Otherwise, I mean, and I was just trying to share awareness, but he doesn't like that, so I can't play Ryan.
Oh,
This is why I'm helping Trey, because he probably, it's this right here is more for him and his location, not necessarily the whole storm. So this is why I'm trying to help out.
I messaged him again, so we'll see. I'm hoping he figures it out and changes his mind and says, "Yeah, I'll come with you." But
Yeah, they're calling 10 to 15. We can here. Let me pull up ABC News since it was downgraded. Let me pull up ABC News and let's see what the newest updates are saying for the hurricane here. We'll just check it out for a few minutes. Let's see.
I just hope he makes it through it, man. That's what's getting me. I mean, that whole area is supposed to be submerged, and it's just going to be hit after hit after hit. I mean, the waves are just going to keep coming.
Well, let's see what. Here, let me switch this. Let's see. Let's see what they're saying. Let me just go to this one. All right, let's see what they're saying here. Let's see what the new updates
Major
are.
storms, Lieutenant General Russell Honore oversaw military efforts after Hurricane Katrina, creating a joint task force to respond to one of the most deadly storms in our country's history.
He says he's not leaving.
Is it going to work? Come on.
Glad you're streaming with us. Wind speed has decreased, but Hurricane Milton is growing in size and closing in on the west coast of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis reminding everyone that evacuate doesn't mean you have to leave the state. Shelters are up now across several counties, with some designed actually for those with special needs. ABC News WFTS reporter Keely McCormick is actually at one of those shelters in Tampa with more. Keely.
All day long, we've been telling you about the 11 shelters that are open within Hillsborough County. Well, now 2 of those are at capacity and 1 is almost there. So the county's opening 3 additional spaces for people to go within the county. This is Lockhart Elementary. It's one of them. They haven't opened the doors just yet for the public. You can see there's a long line here of people waiting to get in. Now, if you feel unsafe or you're starting to feel nervous, this is a good option for you to come to. Earlier in the day, I was at Pizzo Elementary School, also in Tampa. It was busy. We saw a steady flow of people showing up with big bags of clothes and blankets. It's a little quieter over here, but we are expecting that to change as people learn about these new shelters. Again, this is all listed on our website. You can find the shelter nearest to you. That's on abcactionnews.com. Reporting in Tampa, Keely McCormick, ABC Action News.
You sure you don't want to leave, bro? Because I mean, if he's not wanting to go,
for the storm that are in.
I got his address. I asked for the coordinates, but I just said that way I know where to look afterwards. Hell, I'm not even going to be able to get in there after it hits for a while.
Yeah, but if he's that adamant about not leaving, you know, Busby's right. You did all you could do, bro. You sure you don't want to turn around and?
Yeah.
Go back home?
Well, I'm not going to go home, but it's kind of messed up.
I mean, does he not have his own way to get out? Does he not have a car? Or?
He has a car, but his tires are messed up.
Let's see here.
He said he's good, so that's all I can go with.
Okay, so you're right. You're coming up to. Let's see. You're right in this area right here. So switch. I mean, you're just. I don't want you to put yourself in harm's way, bro. You know. This hurricane ain't no joke.
No,
That's
it's
why
gonna. There's gonna be stuff flying through the air, and this is gonna be flooded out big time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do a UE here in a minute. I think I lost all sound.
Oh, you're good, dude.
There it is.
Are you heading back home, or do you need to try and find a place to stay?
Oh no, I'm not going home. I'm staying.
Okay.
After it goes through, I'll be back up this way.
I would stay maybe somewhere around Perry, Lake City.
So I was trying to find a good spot to. Well, there ain't really going to be a good spot, just to be honest.
You'll want to stay outside of the zone if you can, like at Valdosta, Tallahassee. You got yellow right here, which is questionable. That's 2 to 5 foot storm surge right there. You might not, but like Valdosta, Tallahassee, Tifton, somewhere around there, Albany. That way you're kind of, right out of the here in the out of the zone.
Go back to the coast again, or the Gulf Coast. Sorry. Let's see. Okay, so the majority of that's yellow. You said how many feet is that?
2 to 5, 2 to 5, 10 to 15.
Just kind of depends.
So I would stay. This is what I'm saying. Like somewhere up here, Tallahassee's right on the edge. Tallahassee, Chattahoochee, Thomasville, Valdosta, Tifton, Albany. Somewhere outside of this whole range right here. So, somewhere up in this direction. You could even, like, here's Tallahassee, right outside of the zone.
I'm probably gonna head back towards Cedar. I can't think of the name of it. I wasn't so much worried about the water as the wind shear. The tropical climate or the storm ish. And you had
yeah, but you're in the 10 to 15 foot area at Cedar. Are you talking where you got gas?
Kinda.
Yeah,
but I'm trying to stage as close as I possibly can because I expect this to be on.
Yeah, but you don't want to. I know, but you don't want to get caught in a flood yourself, man, and lose your truck and your boat. You're talking maybe just a couple more hours for your safety instead of parking in the purple. 10 to 15
Well, the
foot
surge
right here. 2 to 5. 2 to 5 can
only
still
be
do some damage.
yeah, but the surge should only be 5 miles in max. Like
Yeah, but
obviously
you're
there's
talking about
gonna
your
be flash
safety,
flooding.
man. But you're talking about your safety. You can't. What can you do if you lose your truck and your boat in the flood? 2 to 5 feet can do a lot of damage, man.
Yeah, 5 foot's actually
That's
pretty deep.
That's why stay outside of the yellow, bro. Tallahassee, if you want to be close, at least you know you ain't getting in a flood.
Well, there's still gonna
And
be
you
flash
can,
flooding. That's what I was.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but it's not this storm surge, man. I mean, stay where you want. I'm just
Yeah.
offering suggest. I mean, it's just a little bit of drive time, but that little bit of drive time is your life, man. You
Yeah,
know,
5
I would
foot.
drive an extra 2 hours to make sure I don't get caught in a flood, even if it's possible.
But we're still gonna have the between the. We're gonna have flooding before the surge. I'm sure of it.
Dude, I've been checking it out, and I'm just trying to give you the best advice I can give you, man. I've been looking up what a storm surge is, how it works, how a hurricane works, what to expect. I've been trying to do all the research I can before I got on and did the live, just so I could try and be as informed as possible to try and help you out. Because I don't want to see you. I don't want to see something bad happen to you. That's why I pushed ahead all my shit till tomorrow. Because I don't want to see something bad. I'm gonna be with you while this storm goes through. I would hate for you to park right here, and next thing you know, you lose your truck because you can't take your boat home. You know, and anywhere around here, the yellow is the 2 to 5. 3 feet can literally, you know, create a lot of damage too. That's why I'm saying, man, just go with the extra time. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Park up somewhere where you know you ain't gonna have to worry about a flood, and then tomorrow you'll be safe to be able to have your truck to go to, you know, the spots that you need to go to.
What?
Man, I just
What does cave country look like? I can't think of the name of the town. Hold on a minute.
what is it? I'll look it up.
I call it cave country. I can't think of the name of the actual.
Cave country.
That should be pretty north. I can't think of the name of the town.
Cave Country Dive Shop.
Is it in Florida?
High Springs, Florida.
High Springs. What's that look like?
Let me see.
Like obviously there's water springs.
So let's see. High Springs. Let me see. So you're still talking 2 to 5. This is where it's at. So you're
How many miles?
County or two.
How many miles? That don't make no sense.
It's just north of Cedar Key.
Oh, so I was right there. Okay, that makes sense.
This is where it's at, where the hand is. You're still in the 2 to 5.
What
And
does
10 to 15?
What's
On the
Crawfordsville?
border.
What's it do? What's it doing in Crawfordsville? I'm just trying to figure out how widespread that is.
It's it's on the radar.
I see it.
Omega. The yellow. That's the 2 to 5. This is the 2 to 5 where Cedar Key is at. Right above Cedar Key is where it switches from 10 to 15 feet storm surge. 2 to 5 is all of this yellow right here. That's why I'm saying if you want to stay right outside on the edge, go to that Appalachia, whatever it is, National Forest, Tallahassee, Monticello, Greenville. You know, I would stay outside of the yellow because that's where the flooding is going to mainly be.
And
It'll probably be
surge.
deeper than that.
Well, at least if you stay outside of it, you know you're not going to get in any of it, even if it's 5 inches to 15 feet. You know you're not going to get into any of it if you stay outside of the zone. And basically, you could just take that highway that you're going back up through everything, and it'll take you right to Tallahassee. I would go to Tallahassee, man. You know, but if you want to stay in it,
wait a minute, Tallahassee's.
It's right outside the yellow.
Yeah,
think about your safety.
I came by Tallahassee. That's why it's kind of weird that that's.
It's right outside the edge, and it's in the direction of the interstate or highway that you're taking. It'll take you right to it. Or if you want to stay in one of them smaller cities off to the right, Monticello, Greenville, Madison, stay over there.
Trying to think of the town that I came in at.
But this is the area you want to stay in. Because that yellow's right there. At least, I mean, if it was me, I'd still be going north. I'd go to fucking Georgia. But that's
Georgia's got the hills.
I don't care. It's about my safety. It's about staying alive, man. You know, you got to make sure that you take care of you to take care of other people. I don't know, man. That's one. I mean, how many deaths are 50% of the deaths from hurricane are caused from water?
No, it's usually drowning. Yeah.
Yeah. 50% of deaths from a hurricane are from water. You don't want to be caught in that yellow area. I just don't want you to lose your truck, bro, because then what are you going to do if a flood takes your truck?
Drive it. It's a joke.
You can't drive it. What if it floats off, man, and then your boat's floating off, and then you're floating off, and then you're stranded?
Well,
how long would it take?
Blow a map out a little bit. Or zoom out.
So you're going by Hermosa Springs, right? Yeah, I mean, you got some nasty storms coming. Now, thankfully, the tornado storms are staying to the right, but you're still going to get a lot of heavy rain, and it's going to be coming from behind. But with you going north right now, you're at least going to be staying out of the path and the storms. You're going to be able to get out of the storm surge area, even going up to Tallahassee. You're still going to be able to stay out of the storm surge because you're already heading up there. You know, right now you're heading north. So
landfall's at what, 8?
That's what the latest. That's what the latest is. Is that what the latest is, guys? 8 o'clock? Yeah. Because it'll probably take you a few hours to get to Tallahassee, right? 2.5, 3?
Probably about 3. That's kind of what west.
So you turned around at the perfect time, man, because you have a few extra to avoid if anything does change as the storm's heading up.
We already got freaking flooding.
Bambi has a good point. Look what the last hurricane did to North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia. You don't want to be caught in it, you know?
Yeah, dropped it right on top of.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your truck. Leslie says I'd head to Albany. I would too. I'd go to Georgia if I would, you know, just to, because you never know. It's Mother Nature. It can change.
That's what's worrying me, because I didn't think it was supposed to go this far north at all. Like, when did that change?
No, it's going through the middle of Florida.
Yeah, I just meant the surge. I thought it was supposed to just be the whole, like the coast, but I didn't think it was supposed to go that far inland. I expected the flooding, not from the
It's
surge,
right on
but
the
then
edge.
just a lot of coverage.
No, it's been projected to hit this specific area the last couple days. That's why DeSantis ordered everybody to evacuate. It's just that's when you're talking Florida, you know, there's certain parts that are the like I said, the right side of Florida drops off.
Yeah.
So for a bunch of water to pile up there, it doesn't happen too often. The left side of Florida has a smooth coast, and that's where all of the water damage is coming from. So when that hurricane crosses over the middle path of Florida, the bottom of it and the edge is going to hit just that small portion. That's why Tallahassee's not in there, even though it's getting towards the panhandle, is because it's not that innermost part of the coast.
Right. It's not intertwined with the water.
But I mean, if you do have the energy and the time, I would, like Busby said, go to Georgia, because you know Tallahassee, it's right on the edge, and Mother Nature can change at any moment.
You know what the wind is supposed to be up there?
It's Category 3 right now. So I believe that's 100 mile an hour. Can somebody confirm that, please? I think 100 mile an hour wind gust, 110.
See, my problem is the wind scares me. Thanks for doing this, buddy.
No problem, man. I just want to make sure you're safe, you know, and I have
I have
the
this route.
availability and the resources to help. So
I have this route totally messed up.
do you need help with directions?
Oh no, that's pretty much a straight shot up the coast, give or take. Just making sure I don't hit a freaking washout. There's a lot of water on the road.
How much farther is Augusta, Georgia, than Tallahassee?
Give me a minute. I gotta look it up. I gotta fix the camera.
Can anybody look it up? Look up Cedar Creek to Tallahassee and look up Cedar Creek to Augusta, Georgia. And let us know in chat. No YouTuber, he turned around. He's headed north. Where my hand is at on the radar is where his location is right now. The eye wall is 60 miles wide. Holy crap.
Having to go get gas really put a damper in this.
Well, I mean, you would have been able to make it.
Yeah, I would have had plenty of time to go talk to him. That's what I was wanting to do. Just be like, hey, look, man. It's easier to convince somebody in person than it is over text message.
3 hours and 4 minutes, Cedar Creek to Tallahassee. Thank you, Samantha. On I-75. Well, it's a shame that he didn't just come stay with you
Well, so
you
was
know,
the
and then
idea.
you
I
could
was
go
like,
back
dude,
down.
I'll come get you, and I'll just take you wherever. But you don't be hanging out there. Like, it is 100% going to be just like, it ain't going to be 15 foot. It's just going to be freaking covered. Like, just gone. And then I don't know if it was the governor or who, well, the governor. Someone was talking about the cranes and construction they have going on. How at 100-mile-an-hour winds, the structural integrity of those cranes, they're not like made to withstand winds like that high. So like stuff's going to be crashing down.
Why is he not wanting to leave? Did he
I have
give
no
you a
idea.
reason?
Not really, other than
Tell you why?
he just said he's good. Which, I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. I don't know.
I mean, I don't get it either. He's in the path of the eye.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Is he worried about his valuables? I mean, he could have like threw stuff in your truck, you know, like special things that you don't want to lose just in case, documents, you know, photos.
yeah, he could have took. I mean, there's enough room for stuff like that. Like, there's not. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I just, regardless of how this hits, that's going to be underwater. Like, no doubt.
I mean, there's 4 hours and three and a half until it comes ashore.
I got his address. I know exactly what the house looks like, but I ain't going to know what it looks like when it's underwater. I mean, not even going to be able to get out there. The surge would just be coming. Is that on my end?
No, it's my end.
Oh. I was like, don't tell me there's a fire truck behind me. Oh, yeah, it's flooded out over there big time.
So chat, the eye's not getting there until 8 o'clock, 3.5 hours. Let me see something.
So 8 o'clock.
Man, it's getting close. I don't know how it's going to be 3.5 hours from now. It is. Look at how close
It's right
it is
there.
already.
That's what, when you said that, and then I looked at the radar again, I'm like, it looks like it's already there, almost.
I don't know
Okay,
how
but
3.5.
maybe the eye won't be there, but I guarantee you something to be touching.
It's getting real close.
It's getting dark, and it's, yeah, behind me is dark as hell.
It's 2.5 hours of animation. So maybe it is that far because this is 2.5 hours.
Oh, I got it's kind of sped up.
Animation starts at 3 o'clock and then ends at 4:35. So it's an hour and a half. So 2 hours. Maybe it's speeding up.
It's probably speeding up. Look at, I mean, the rotation on that is, I want to say magnificent, but damn.
Let me see. Category 3 wind speed 125, wind gust 175.
Oh my god. Dude, even the, man. Tyler, if you're still listening, man, I love you, buddy. But I hope you make it.
Supposed to hit around 8.
Yeah, that's just the 125. You said just the wind gusts, and then you said 175.
Yep. Category 3.
It's just going to rip everything down. And that's just the wind, not to mention the flooding. And it's not like it just floods; it's just going to keep coming and coming and coming. Think about being like
Well,
the giant.
It said you were going to get there at 6. Probably 6:30 now. Yeah, he's getting hit with some really bad storms right now. This is where he's at right here.
That's I keep wanting to say Talladega Nights, so that's not it. That's messed up.
Let me see here. Let me
I guess everybody at this hospital is just staying.
let's see. Let me pull up your 360, see exactly. All right, so you're right here. You're going to be driving into a lot of rain.
Oh, it's a rain. Oh, I see it now.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty heavy, so be careful. And it's a huge cell, too.
I am. That's what making sure I don't go through like 3 foot of water or something to stall the truck.
So this is where you're at right here.
Even if this wasn't flooded, there's going to be so much debris.
Man, it's a shame he didn't want to come with you, man. At least he could have saved some valuables or something, you know?
Like, if he would have came with me, I probably would have got a hotel and we just kicked it somewhere. I wouldn't.
He's right in the path of that eye. It's going to get hit so bad. What
It's
kind
safe.
of is he in an
It's
apartment? Like, is he above, like, where does,
So
how many?
apparently his, I don't know how, anyway, his house is 25 foot above sea level. I'm probably butchering that, but I think that's what he told me. It's 25 foot. Like, it's kind of elevated compared to the rest of St. Pete. But it's still
Does he
right
have-
there.
Yeah. Because who says his roof isn't going to fly off?
That's what I was getting at.
The you know, it's almost like a tornado. It can pick up debris and slam it into your, you know,
And people. So, and you got all the flying objects and everything. And then you have the flooding.
so what are your plans?
Just get to a safe area.
And stay until it comes through and then try and go back, or?
Yeah. Which is probably going to be near impossible, but from what I have in my head, just anywhere that people need help. So I got the hospital on my list. If I'm able to, depending on how that surge is, there's no telling.
There you go. Stay at a hospital, and then you'll be available if they need a boat. You know.
I mean,
Stay
there's
at a
one back there.
hospital. Yeah, stay at a hospital. Let them know that you have services available if they need it, and then that way they can come out and get you too.
They'd probably kick me out.
You think so?
The hospital back there, stand back or nothing. Not that that's going to help, but like I don't know what their strategic plan is for that, because it's literally right off the road that I'm on now, and the surge is going to be coming in.
Well, at least get out of the 10 to 15 foot area, and if you're gonna, you know,
Yeah, I'll be coming in and just trying to figure out where I'm at, and then I got to wait for the surge to die down, and I got to hit areas that aren't like, wind, because it's going to be surging for a while. But once it's clear, I'll be able to assess the situation. Like, obviously, if it's still whipping chickens, you ain't going out in no John boat.
yeah, I would just stay out of the storm surge area. Where are you gonna go? Tallahassee, Augusta, somewhere else?
Man, I was really hoping Cape Country wasn't going to be underwater. What's Panama?
Well, I mean, you see the areas where it's a hurricane warning, and the yellow 2 to 5, purple and blue 10 to 15.
Yeah, all up in there. Is Panama getting any of this or no?
What?
Is Panama going to get any of this?
Sorry, it's like a bunch of feedback.
Sorry.
Say that again. No,
Panama?
Panama?
Yeah. I mean, that's way up there, but.
I know Tallahassee's on the edge, right outside the yellow. I'm not sure.
This Panama is to the northwest. Like,
the more northwest you go, the worse it is.
Oh God! So it's going to be messed up.
It's lower on the east side of Florida than it is on the west side because it's going northwest. It's going to go northwest. So the northwest of the state is going to be hit as bad as the middle left. So the more east you stay, the better, because the more east you go, the less of the area. Yeah. Because right now the northwest is getting the storm surge from the top of the hurricane. But the northeast, it's still going away.
Probably just keep heading north.
Yeah, just go northeast as much as you can, because that's going to... As soon as you get around the turn of the panhandle, basically Tallahassee, that's where it pretty much stops. Yeah, the right side is getting hit bad. Tornadoes and everything.
Blowing across there. You I've never seen a hurricane like this. It's not even here yet.
We've ever had.
Like, it's just so widespread. Hey, Busby, you still want to come to Florida?
Yeah, 19-98. You're still on there. Basically, where my hand is at on the radar.
Okay.
And it's the last hour and a half of animation, so it's moving pretty slow. Probably will get to avoid that heavy rain there.
Yeah, so far the rain's not bad. It's kind of like, I don't know. I can definitely tell I'm going like uphill. If that makes any sense.
Lisa says Panama's not expecting weather per Weather Channel.
Okay. Thank you. That's super far. Does anybody know what they did with all the animals?
The animals?
Yeah, like SeaWorld and stuff. And then the aquarium in Tampa.
I'm not sure.
I can't think of the aquarium name.
I'm sure they're probably used to these, so they probably have special containers or, housing or whatever. Because Florida gets hit a lot.
I think it's going to be one of the worst ones.
That 10 to 15 in the area it covers scares me.
Yeah, it's a lot. 5 foot will hold a car.
They moved some of them to higher floors.
The animals?
Yeah, that's what somebody said.
I don't know what happened with that boat.
Alright, let me update the radar here. Okay. Okay, so you're right here. We'll zoom back way out. So this is where you're at. Then we'll have an extra zoomed out radar here for a few.
There we go. Now I can see what's going on. The other way had me confused.
Yeah, see, the more north and the north you go on the east side,
Dude,
it's
just
worse.
right there, bro. It froze. They're like
All
just,
the way up north.
yeah.
That's 10 to 15. Anytime you want me to switch to like the ABC News updates, let me know too, and I can play that.
Do they have
Otherwise,
any more? Yeah, I want. Do they have any more?
Yeah, I can pull it up here. Let me see here. Let me switch to that real quick.
Yeah, just to see if you know if it's sped up or if it's slowed down.
Yeah, let's see.
When you have the wind gusts that are just so powerful. And so what officials have said is if you can get to a shelter, there are more than 200 shelters, more than 200,000 beds available for residents to evacuate. They say this is very serious, especially if you live in a single-story house or if you live in a mobile home. If you think about it, if the storm surge is 12 to 15 feet and your house, the ceilings, they're only 8 feet tall typically, you're going to be SOL, especially when there's no first responders who can help you. Also, keep in mind, later tonight, we are expecting the power to go out. So think about
at least she's being honest.
complete darkness, the water rising.
See, CJ, that's all you had to tell me. Bro, you're going to be SOL if you don't get out of there.
Yeah.
So I was trying, man.
And then we've got recovery.
I'd have been like, oh, now you're
Tallahassee.
Already thinking about
now you're speaking my language. I get it.
Does it look like there's a good
Go
plan
to
in place right
Tallahassee.
now?
Yeah.
So Florida Governor Ron DeSantis held a press conference earlier this morning. He explained there's more than 50,000 linemen in Florida ready to jump in when the power inevitably goes out. There are more than 6,000 National Guard troops here in Florida and an additional 3,000 troops from other areas that are here ready to jump in, and more than 1,000 responders ready with food and water. As you can see, the wind is starting to pick up. But in terms of recovery efforts, yes, they are ready to jump into action. But of course, they want to prevent as many deaths as possible. So they are really emphasizing before it gets dark, try to get to the shelter and avoid that storm surge. Kira.
Got it. Jacqueline Lee, thanks so much. We'll continue to check in with you there in Tampa. All right, Melissa Griffin, you've been trying to time this all out for us. Let's talk about strength, path. How's it looking?
Well, Carrie, you can see here on the satellite, you can kind of just see Milton growing, just stretching across so much of the peninsula of Florida. You see that eye degrading a little bit. That's because it's been weakening, but that still doesn't mean it isn't going to be a major and dangerous storm as it moves ashore. It's a Category 3 now, so still a major hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour with higher gusts. It's about 100 miles to the southwest of Tampa. I want to talk about that all-important timing because you're going to see places like Tampa Bay, St. Pete Beach, Sarasota, Fort Myers, all going to see those hurricane force winds and gusts starting to strengthen as we head into the night. This is 7 o'clock tonight. Look at St. Pete Beach, 92 mile per hour winds, 73 there in Sarasota, Punta Gorda, 73 miles per hour, even into parts of central Florida, 43 miles per hour in Lakeland. That's already this evening. But you can see that eye is still off the shore. It's expected to move ashore south of Tampa near Sarasota by around 9 o'clock or so tonight, and then make its way right across the state quickly. It's already in central Florida overnight. Orlando, 53 mile per hour gusts there. Ocala as well. You can see Palm Coast, even the East Coast getting in on some of these higher gusts as well tonight into early tomorrow. So here's a track. You can see by tomorrow morning, it remains a Category 1 hurricane. So still has that strength as it makes its way right across the state. That's why we have hurricane warnings from coast to coast, storm surge warnings from coast to coast. Even on the East Coast, you still could see that 2 to 5 feet of storm surge. And then it makes its way off the coast by early tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to move out of here pretty quickly, but it's going to keep its strength packed in itself and bring damaging winds, storm surge, and heavy rain all night long, Kara.
All right, well, what do you think? What's the biggest concern right now leading up to landfall?
So as of right now, my biggest concern is not just the winds that will be continuing to gain strength through the night, but also the tornadoes. You can see even on the East Coast, where the eye has not even made landfall on the West Coast yet, you're seeing major impacts on the East Coast. Places like Vero Beach, just south of West Palm Beach into Fort Lauderdale, all these areas seeing tornado warnings. So this is a very dangerous situation. Some people might not be prepared because they didn't think that they were going to get impacts from Milton
today, but they are. And even up into Orlando, very dangerous situation unfolding there where we've seen multiple tornado warnings, even in Fort Myers earlier today. You can see these very heavy rain bands starting to make their way into Sarasota and Tampa. So parts of that area could see up to a foot of rain by later tonight. But here's the storm surge, and this is what we're most concerned about in the near term, which is tonight leading up to landfall. 8 to 12 feet in the Tampa Bay area, 9 to 13 feet storm surge where we have those onshore winds, which is just south of the eye where it makes landfall. That's why we have the highest storm surge there. But even in Fort Myers, 8 to 12, and as far south as Naples, 5 to 8 feet, with storm surge up to 5 feet possible, even as far north as Jacksonville. Like I said, just a large storm bringing so many impacts across the state. And let's not forget the rain, the extreme flash flood risk stretching from Sarasota and Tampa tonight, right through Orlando and the East Coast early tomorrow. Kira.
All right, Melissa, thank you. So my next guests are a couple that's planning to ride out the storm in their home in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Oh my God!
Eliza Limite and also Max Smith. Appreciate you.
Tyler, is that your neighbor?
Zooming in. Okay. Let's start with you, Eliza. Tell us
See what they're
what
saying.
went into this
What
decision.
the hell,
that,
dude?
You guys decided to hunker down and not
Oh,
evacuate.
they're not the only ones.
Right? Let's see what they're saying.
They should get together.
Second off, the reason we decided to stay here is
Oh
we
my
are
God.
actually not in an evacuation zone. So we are enough inland in the island of St. Petersburg that the storm surge supposedly isn't going to hit us. So, we just decided to hunker down and stay here.
Looking at the video now that you guys actually shot driving through your neighborhood. Max, tell me what you guys saw and what sort of gave you the confidence, to stay where you are.
Fortunately,
Right,
by
my
us,
buddy.
there's not as much debris out on the sides of the road. But if you go closer towards the water in the Gulfport area, which is the area that's a threat to be flooded, there's a lot of debris, as you can see in the video. People lost a lot of stuff from the past hurricane, and we didn't really have much time to prepare for this one. So a lot of things were really just left out on the side of the road.
So are there other people in your area that are staying there, Eliza?
You know what? We actually, our window's right there to our street, and we keep seeing people drive by. So I guess there are people here.
Oh my gosh.
I noticed behind
I saw
you.
someone walking outside.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that, Max. Go ahead.
Literally about like 10 minutes ago, I saw a lady walking down the street just in a rain poncho. So hopefully these people are staying safe.
Well, I understand your business is the Boho Plant Club. I can see behind you all the various plants. You clearly have a good green thumb. You're going to be getting plenty of rain.
Thank you.
Yes. So what are you going to do? I mean, just with all your plants and your landscaping plans, did you have to put those in a safe place, or what did you do?
Yeah, unfortunately, so you guys know, we just got hit with Hurricane Helene. We did not prepare enough. We should have. We left all of our plants in our greenhouse. The greenhouse got demolished. So we have to now work to, produce product again and get all of our product back up. But for right now, whatever plants did survive Helene are inside with us. So.
Oh, wow. So how did you guys fortify the home for this time around?
We just got brand new hurricane windows. We went outside and collected everything outside that could have possibly, flown around. Anything that could break windows, anything that could break windows of a car. But that there's only so much you could do.
I know, and you're going to write it out. Eliza, Max, okay, we'll be checking in on you guys. Thank you so much for zooming in.
Well, sounds like your friend. Maybe they are in a heightened area.
If you're impacted by Hurricane
Milton
and you need immediate help or resources,
I really hope.
Helene, if you got hit by that storm as
How
well,
long are they going to be stuck
call
there?
the FEMA hotline, 1-800-621-2362.
I mean, you got to think about roads and access.
All right, let's listen in to our Tampa ABC station, WFTS, as its team tracks the very latest of what's happening in Florida. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
As we heard, I think from Casey and Katie, that as soon as they heard thunder, and as we know, if you hear thunder, that means that lightning is right nearby, as Dennis has taught me for 20-some years. I finally figured it out, and now I can recite it. But it's true. And so when they do hear thunder, they definitely get to a safe location so they're not struck by lightning. And that is, of course, all of our crews try to stay as safe as they can. Our coverage turns now to Sarasota, which we now know could be closer to ground zero.
ABC Action News reporter Julie Salamone is live for us near Sarasota High School. Julie, I'm assuming that's an evacuation area. How are things looking? Have you talked to anyone?
Lauren, they evacuated zones A, B, and C. The area we're in, I believe, is zone D. So we're in a safe location. Like you ladies were talking about, we are right by a garage into a home that we can quickly run to if conditions get even nastier. It's windy out here. It's been raining off and on. You can take a look at the street. There is some puddling starting to form here. We're on Novus Street. And like you mentioned, it's not far from Sarasota High School. We're about a mile north from the high school, one of the major high schools in the area. Now, Sarasota County government officials actually posted on X a little while ago saying flooding from Milton will be deadly. Roads will be washed out. Do not attempt to leave your place of shelter when the storm starts for any reason. Driving conditions will be impossible. And obviously listen to your local officials. And we, of course, will be here on air and online bringing you the very latest with this storm. So this is Novus Street. We're seeing some gusty winds, rain off and on as we get hit with some of these outer bands. And, you know, just watching to see how this all unfolds. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Julie. We want to check in now with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Dennis, a lot going on behind you.
There is. And guys, it's not the best news. Look, for 30 some odd years, we've been here, and the majority of the time we look at these storms, and there have been plenty of times where we've sat here and we're like, you know what? Charlie, Irma, Ian. There were times, I have no doubt, that every one of us thought that that was going to be our storm, and it moved, it turned, it did what it did, and we had a near miss. Many times those near misses were devastation for other areas. So Punta Gorda and Fort Myers, just with Ian. This is our year. This storm is not going to miss the Bay Area. This storm may weaken just a bit more to minimize the threat, but we've just been talking, Greg and Allie and Jason and myself, you know, we're looking at real-time nowcasting. You know, the models, this is something I'll say over and over again. You throw the models out the window and you look out the window because we're now 4 or 5 hours away from landfall. So the models are meaningless at this point. You literally, and no lie, last storm, Jason laughed at me because there's a big TV over there, and we had the way that the storm was moving, and I had a piece of paper, and I was lining up the piece of paper in the track to see where it was going. So with all the technology, with everything we have, nowcasting is still just looking at what you have. And unfortunately, what we have right now is a hurricane that is pretty much west of Northport, and it's just not showing enough of a sign to turn to the northeast to miss the Bay Area. And for that matter, more than likely to even miss the Bay. It's, you know, you never say never, right? But there's your eye right there. And what we've been saying, look, in terms of winds, it's not going to make much of a difference. The only exception, and we've been saying this for 5 days now,
it is going more north,
a 5 to
like
7
it
mile
was
area
showing
that's
there
going to have
earlier.
extreme winds. And the fact that the storm is it's incredibly ragged right now. And if you were watching yesterday, we were talking about how you could draw a line through the eye. The eye is right here. Remember that storm a couple of days ago that had what was looking to be like a perfect eye in a sense? Well, now that's the northern eye wall. I was saying, if you went
that's what was
outside at
messing
night
with me, buddy.
as this storm passed and you were in the southern eye
I didn't
wall,
think it was supposed to do that.
It might still be very
so
windy,
you might,
but you'd see stars. So we literally have a hurricane that split.
you might want to keep an eye, and maybe you might have to head a little north of Tallahassee.
Maybe one is moving
you might
one
have
way
to,
or maybe another.
I was going off the last
no
information I had, probably on Sunday or Monday.
We've prepared the best that we can. I know
That's always like, I should be good.
Folks are watching us on our streaming app right now from other states. Okay, I'm getting a picture. Really, really bad rain in Clearwater.
Where is that at?
Let's go back to the.
Oh,
this is what we're talking about here.
Dude, I hope that wasn't water.
So you have this right here.
Like it's obviously clear water.
almost
Oh,
all.
That was
I thought it was like
Almost
I thought it
all
was
of
like
the rough
covered.
weather is on the north side of that eye. That's the eye of the eye wall, okay? And Jason's been talking a lot about that.
Oh,
This is
shit.
going to lead to some pretty significant freshwater flooding. Nothing to do with the
I ain't
surge,
going up there.
okay? But right now, the most important question is, will the surge rise higher in the bay? And I hate to
Probably.
be the bearer of bad news, but I
Yeah,
think that answer
it's
is
got to
yes.
be.
Now,
Yeah,
we're not
'cause it's
ready
gonna
to
be
sit here and
south
say
of
that it's
the
going to be
eye.
a 10 to 15 foot surge.
Oh,
It's
my
the worst
God.
case scenario, because honestly, the worst case scenario, the way that the Hurricane Center and the way that the models were looking at it, was a much stronger storm than it is right now. What was it, Allie, down to 125?
Yeah,
Is that
I
what
thought
it
it was just
Yeah.
going to boogie
Yeah, down
across
to
the state and be done.
125. So it's weakening, and it conceivably at landfall could be very close to a Cat 2, minimum Cat 3 hurricane. So that's good, right? So less wind, less severe weather. The rain is not going to change. But as we've been saying now for days, the surge after Helene, the last thing that we need is additional surge. We had nearly 8 feet of water, 7.2 feet, I think it was, in the bay with Helene. It appears pretty likely if this gets to the mouth of the bay, the southern part of the bay will see higher surge. There's still and this is crazy. Greg and I were just talking about this. The very accurate model that predicted Helene almost perfectly, right? The last we checked had about a 5 or 6 foot surge for the southern bay and 0 surge for the northern bay up around Oldsmar. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but what I'm telling you is it is that close of a call. When you have, because remember, wherever that eye crosses, wherever it crosses, north offshore flow, you can see it. Everything's
offshore,
pushing away.
south,
But what
inshore.
happens south, everything pushes in.
Yep.
So regardless of where landfall occurs, there's that southwest flow, and it just continues to push water.
There will be a surge.
And the fact that it might be weakening isn't going to have a huge impact on surge because
Nope.
it's just a big area pushing the water.
That
It isn't the
shelf
wind
is so smooth.
that's actually moving the water. It's the actual
Dude, they're going to need help.
forcing it.
It's going to be mini
The description
tsunamis,
that Greg
man.
likes to use is imagine a bathtub.
Because of that shelf on the left
inside
side.
bathtub, and you put a wave, and that wave goes and hits the other side of the bathtub and lifts up. So
Dude, this
that's
is
the
spread
problem
out
with the
big
bay.
time,
As that
man.
water
They're not going to
goes
have enough.
it
I mean, in
reaches
my
the end of the
opinion,
bay, and it pushes up and
they
creates
need more
additional
people.
surge. So ultimately, there's the offshore flow.
I didn't know that
wherever
at all.
eye will occur, and then just at and south of the eye, the onshore flow occurs. And I've been doing this for a long, long time, and I don't think I've ever seen a track that is so razor thin close to having such a massive impact on one area versus the other. And I talked about this a little while ago. There's estimates that if this storm goes into the bay,
is that going into Georgia?
Cat 3 or 4, you could have $175 billion worth of
It'll
damage.
probably exit
If it
the
goes
bottom
into
right of
Sarasota, You've got
Georgia.
about $100 billion.
Since it's going more
It
north.
is obvious because there's well over 3 million people.
Oh my
You've got
God.
all of this built up right along the water. And
Why am I just
look,
not
we all
seeing
knew
this?
This was going to happen at some point. We do. How many times did we luck out? It's not.
I never seen that played out.
Unfortunately, today is the when. So here's the timetable. High tide is later tonight. Here's a good little
that's
bit of
nice.
positivity is the high tide is not particularly high. It comes later on tonight between 10 and midnight. It's about 2 feet. It was about a foot higher with Helene. So we are certainly looking at that water increasing based on the track. The NHC is going to have its new track coming out any minute. I'll let you know whether or not it's actually referencing the fact that this looks like there will be an impact on the bay. Again, I do not believe you are looking at that worst case 10 to 15 foot. I do not believe that. But I also don't think we're going to luck out with 3 to 5 either. I think it's going to be somewhere in between. You could argue somewhere closer to Helene numbers, maybe a touch higher. But as you see here, there's the eye. It's west of Northport, and it is not moving due east, nor will it. So this is something that we're going to
Just going to dump everything right there.
The new numbers from the Hurricane
Yeah,
Center.
we're going to have
But
to
again,
double check
timing,
Tallahassee
force
later
winds will
on
start moving
tonight, dude,
onshore,
because it might be going through
Sarasota County in the next
Tallahassee
couple of
too.
hours.
I think it is.
Well
Like, it's just going to dump everything. and it ain't moving out.
And that was live storm coverage from our
At
Tampa
least that
station
section.
FTS. We are going to take a quick break. The latest on Hurricane Milton.
Dude,
as
now I
the
don't even know where to
monster storm closes
stage
in on
because my
Florida.
main
We're coming
focus
back.
was Tampa area. But that changes the whole thing. Like the whole. Honestly, it don't even matter where I stage.
Let me see. Let me switch
Like-
back to the radar.
It's going to be so bad. They're going to need help everywhere. So,
Let me see.
but
So as of right now, Tallahassee's still out of it.
okay.
Right there's Tallahassee.
Where's your mouse at?
Where
Oh, I see it
Tallahassee
now.
is. Yeah. But that might change. But this radar Omega is updated to the last second. So if there is any shifts in it, we'll be able to tell. Is that where you're going? Tallahassee? Or where are you going?
Yeah, because it kind of gets me without going crazy north. Like kind of cheat. Like I don't want to say cheat, but kind of tinker off to the northwest.
Yeah.
But
How far are you away from Tallahassee?
Let me pull it up.
Okay.
Two hours, 15 minutes. But it's going to be longer than that because, yeah, this truck doesn't maintain speed.
Okay. Yeah, we know Ryan Hall, like he is my go-to as well, but we're specifically helping Trey, and so that's why we're doing it this way because it's important. Not only we can have Trey have radar where he needs it, we can help him with the routes if he gets into any kind of flooded areas. This is basically focused on Trey. Yes, Ryan Hall is my go-to, but we're not. This isn't a storm chase and a weatherman update. This is trying to make sure that Trey can make it safely to where he's going.
I might have put some clickbait in my title.
Why would you? I just put that we're tracking it because that's what I'm doing. I'm tracking it and helping you out.
Yeah, because before you hopped on here, I was literally blind. Like I was like, okay, I'm good here. It's not going to surge here, and that was going off of I don't know 4-day-old data.
Yeah.
So I would have literally been stuck in here.
Yeah, I'm just here to. When I woke up, I was going to be doing some work for Micah Miller. I seen that he was going to be getting into some trouble, and I wanted to do anything that I could to try and help him out. So that's why this is more of a safety, and we can have communication with Trey, and he can have anything at his disposal for him, and I'm just here to try and help in any way that I can. So this isn't some Ryan Hall y'all shit. Trust me, if it was any other situation, I'd be checking him out too, but this is not what that's about. This is about no, I've stated this whole time, Kylie, that I am in the studio. I was getting ready to do some on location for Micah Miller in Myrtle Beach. And Trey was in trouble, and I wanted to help in any way that I could. That's why we're focused on making sure he makes it safely. It's kind of like when we're out on location. Yeah, man. It's like when we're out on location, we have communication, even though we're in different areas. I have the availability to pull up all these different options and try and help in any way that I can. So let me see where your location is, and then I'll put my mouse on it for you. So let's see here. You are right above. You just passed Otter Creek. Okay, so you are right here in this location. I'm going to zoom it back. And there is what the storm's looking like. So you're about to enter into the lower part of the storm surge area, but you'll have plenty of time to make it safely.
Oh, I was getting ready to say, I was like, is it happening now?
Now it's starting to head east, though. You see it? It was going north. Now it turned direction, and it's starting to head east.
Oh, it is going out.
Yep. Let me see what time it switched. Right about 4:30. So about 45 minutes ago, it's starting to head east now. So you'll probably get a lot of rain in Tallahassee, but probably not flooding. Panama City is a little bit farther, but that's also right on the coast, but you shouldn't get hit. Panama City's right here. Tallahassee's right here. All right, let me zoom back in and get your location. You're right there. And we'll zoom out. Yeah, so you're actually kind of skirting the outside of the hurricane as you're driving north. So you pretty much turned around at the perfect time. Otherwise, you'd be trying to make it back up north in that heavy rain, and that is real dangerous.
It's definitely been a lot easier going out than it was in.
Yeah. Then the wind with the boat, and you're towing it, that could be dangerous. So you really did turn around at the perfect time.
Yeah, because if it starts whipping, you're talking jackknife, the trailer flipping, all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's just out of your control.
And then you had rain with hydroplaning too. Hydroplane into the boat, hydroplane into the truck.
Yeah, it doesn't help those trailer tires are like those bicycle tires. I never understood that.
So there's that. So you're skirting. I mean, it looks like it's, right behind you. You're going to be running into some little patches that are heavy rain, but it looks like you're just scooting the edge of where the heavy rain is. So perfect timing. Let me see. I can switch back to updates if you want me to. Let's see here.
Yeah, I just see what's going on. If they ever got that last or the latest crap.
Okay. It looks like they're having some political update real quick, so we'll wait to switch and we'll just keep it on radar for the time being. So you're about to cross Chief Land. You need to fill up. Is that gas station still?
If it's still in operation, I'll definitely fill up.
Yeah, fill up real quick. Just in case. Maybe get yourself did you quit energy drinks or?
Yeah, I haven't had an energy drink since. Rephrase that.
Get a coffee or something?
I had one of those Gatorade things.
Okay.
I don't know what they're called, but it's got caffeine in it.
Okay.
But it wasn't the full blown zero sugar, zero everything. If that makes sense.
Little something, something. That's probably going to get heavy when you. Well, if you can get gas real quick and get the F out, you'll be able to still skirt that huge cell coming.
Alright. Hopefully there's not a line. I don't think there will be, because that traffic was a while ago.
And after that cell, you'll have a little bit of time. So if it does get crazy, just hang out for a few and then go ahead and take off. And I can tell you with absolute pinpoint when you can take off, so you're riding the back end of it, so you're not wasting any time. You might drive through a little bit of rain at first just to be on the tail end of it as you're getting out of there.
Yeah, so like in the whirlwind.
Yeah. Because it is a pretty heavy cell coming.
See, I mean, like frontline winds, tornadoes, stuff like that. This is like a constant, like whipping you back and forth.
What we're gonna do is until you make it to safety, and then if you need me, call me, man, and then that way I'll go ahead and pull all this stuff up. If you're going out there to help, let me know. We can do the same thing. I can look up Google Maps for road closures. Look up, updates and things like that, just to kind of let you have the most knowledge you can as you're kind of navigating. So let's see here. So you're about to get gas here, and I'll just focus on your location, and then I'll zoom out and watch the radar for you. Double check your plug on the boat too, if you forget.
Hopefully it's not full of leaves again.
Yeah. Is there a way you can attach the roof part just to cover the boat so it would keep the leaves out of it?
Oh, it was from sitting underneath it was from sitting underneath my neighbor's tree.
Yeah.
I gotta get
Might even keep some of the rain out of it too if you can strap it to the boat. Just not put the roof up, but the material.
Yeah, like have it down.
Yeah, just covering the boat.
I wish I could get a tarp made.
Yeah, it would help. Keep all that stuff out. Yeah, keep the water and the debris. All right, so I'm gonna. Yeah, so if you're going out, let me know, man. Even if it's the middle of the night, let me know. That way I can help you stay safe, man.
I'll have to figure out. I'll just have to gather a lot of. I'll just have to keep watching, I guess, because there's no telling exactly what it's gonna do.
Yeah, just let me know. Because the work that I'm doing here, I can do any of the next few days. So I'd rather make sure that I can help keep you safe and informed. You know what I mean? This stuff that I'm doing, I don't have to do it today or tomorrow. So whatever you need, like, I just want to make sure that we can help you navigate and stay safe while you're doing whatever you're doing.
Basically, it'll be figuring out what areas are impacted the most.
Yeah.
And then figuring out how bad the surge is. Like, is it just so you just keep, I mean, like, obviously I can't go.
Gas, we'll get back to the updates, and we'll stay updated from ABC as well. Just to I'll share the link with you in the Facebook. I'll send the link to the video I'm watching. That way, if we're not live, you can still watch it to keep informed on it too. And then if you do head out, just give me a ring. Even if I'm sleeping, wake me up, and I'll have all this stuff ready to go for you.
I guess it'll be based off of the updates, and then seeing when it's not hitting anymore, and then have to figure out the surge.
We'll switch back to the ABC thing here in a second. I'm just going to wait until you get gas. Is there a line?
Not well, not now. I pull up on the side for the last pump, so no, there's not a line.
Cool.
I'm gonna get out, get gas, and then start heading out, or at
Okay.
least where I think the safe zone will be.
Yeah, we'll
Hopefully.
switch back to the ABC when you're done and see what they're saying.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much.
No problem, man.
But thank you too, Busby.
Trey is right here where my hand is on the map here. So he's getting gas right now. I'm going to zoom out so you guys can see where exactly he is in relation to the hurricane. And then when he's done getting gas, then we'll switch to the latest updates from ABC News. So he's right here. I'll just go ahead and leave it right there for a moment. Now, this is specific for Trey to help Trey navigate and to be safe. This is not a weather show or a show meant for anybody else to be able to have any kind of updated information. I do refer you to your local news or my favorite, Ryan Hall, y'all. This is specifically for Trey, just to make sure that he navigates safely. So again, Trey is where my hand is on the radar. Let me see. Let me switch the layout, and then you guys can see. There we go.
We're not by there, Lynn. There's no tornado warnings where Trey's at. Trey is where the hand is on the radar. Port Charlotte. I don't even know where that's at. Let me take a look here. Let me see where that's located. Port Charlotte, Cape Coral. So right here. There is no tornado warnings in Cape Coral or Port Charlotte. A camera. The only camera I see is this person. I don't know if I can. Let me see. No, I can't broadcast it. I don't see any cameras that I can click on. Let me see here. So here's Port Charlotte. The The only camera I can click on, you have to have permission to broadcast it. It's a storm chaser. Other than that, there is no cameras that I can click on in the area. So there is a storm chaser right here. Aaron J. Jack. All right, let's see here. Let's go back up to where you were at. Okay, that cell died down, so you're good to go, man.
All right, cool.
It looks like you're on the border of it.
I wonder where all these people are stationed.
It's coming up your way, but you're on this. You're on the tail end of it, north of it, so you should be. It's already starting to rain heavy up by Perry at the top of the Panhandle before you get to Tennessee, so you might want to watch out up there. That'll be about an hour and 20 minutes away from you.
Raining all over the place.
Yep, you're good to go. It keeps dying off where you're at. Let's see, we'll move that over. All right, I can switch back to ABC for some updates and see what they're saying here. Joe Biden is speaking on Hurricane Milton. Let's see if they got any new updates, though, from the weather lady. All right, we'll switch that real quick.
The hurricane's outer bands lashing the state's western coast as time runs out for residents to escape to higher ground. Tampa's mayor with a stark warning, saying this is a matter of life and death. The storm surge could reach up to 9 feet in Tampa, 12 feet in Fort Myers and Sarasota. It could be a life-threatening 13 feet. Now, those areas and others, as you know, still reeling from Hurricane Helene. Experts are very concerned about all of the leftover debris that could now become flying shrapnel when Milton hits, with winds topping 100 miles an hour. The severe weather has already triggered tornadoes in Florida as well. You look at that as this is also hurricane is bearing down on the coast. ABC News' Jacqueline Lee is joining me live now in Tampa. So, Jacqueline, I know that you've been here the last couple of days, and you are seeing these conditions change very quickly throughout the afternoon. What are you experiencing right now?
That's right, Kana. So the wind and the rain has really picked up. As I'm sure you can tell, it's almost like just a wall of water that's flying behind us with the wind gusts coming in and out. We're really starting to feel the impact of Hurricane Milton. Now, when we talk about conditions, you mentioned tornadoes that are affecting the entire state of Florida. Just about 30 minutes ago, our photographer said a tornado went right over his house. Thankfully, his wife and his kids are okay, but unfortunately, his neighbor, who was 9 houses up, sustained severe damage as a result of Hurricane Milton. Kana.
And Jacqueline, what resources are in place right now for residents who don't have the money, the resources, or the want to leave?
So, officials have been emphasizing you really want to get to these shelters. There are more than 200 shelters available around the area and more than 200,000 beds ready for residents. What they keep saying is you want to be very careful about the storm surge. That is what is the most concerning, because unfortunately, with Hurricane Milton hitting later tonight, there is expected to be no electricity, no power. And when you think about being in complete darkness as the water rises quickly, it is a very dangerous situation, Kana.
And Jacqueline, we know that some residents are staying put, but how do they brace for that monster storm? What are officials telling them right now as they get ready to essentially hunker down?
So those who are staying, we've seen them. They were at the grocery stores for the last few days, filling up sandbags, boarding up their windows, getting the water, canned food, ready to hunker down for several days without electricity potentially. But officials have also said that they have National Guard troops ready. They have first responders ready, as well as search and rescue teams. There's 34 search and rescue aircraft, as well as 500 tactical vehicles. And there are more than 50,000 linemen ready to descend on the state of Florida to help get the electrical grid back up as Hurricane Milton moves in later tonight. Kana.
And so it does sound like they have things in place. We've heard the Red Cross also has things strategically placed all throughout the state as well to try to get to residents when they can. I think the big question is when might that happen, as the hurricane is just now starting to bear down?
Oh my gosh, look at this. This is just happening. This is Hurricane Milton. It doesn't say where though. This is a tornado.
Is that real?
Yeah. That's what it said. Let me see here.
That lightning strike was.
This is 37 minutes ago. This is in
that one looks real.
Wellington. It was probably
Jesus.
another angle of that one, dude. Look at that.
Oh, it was. You're right. You seen the flash. Oh my God. Dude, I hope everybody's all right. That's bad.
Holy hell.
Thankfully, his wife and his kids are okay, but unfortunately, his neighborhood
Jesus.
sustained severe damage as a result of Hurricane Milton. Okay, now.
And Jacqueline, what resources are in place right now for residents who don't have the money, the resources, or the want to leave?
So, officials have been emphasizing you really want to get to these shelters. There are more than 200 shelters available around the area and more than 200,000 beds ready for residents. What they keep saying is you want to be very careful about the storm surge. That is what is the most concerning, because unfortunately, with Hurricane Milton hitting later tonight, there is expected to be no electricity, no power. And when you think about being in complete darkness as the water rises quickly, it is a very dangerous situation, Kana.
And Jacqueline, we know that some residents are staying put, but how do they brace for that monster storm? What are officials telling them right now as they get ready to essentially hunker down?
So those who are staying, we've seen them. They were at the grocery stores for the last few days, filling up sandbags, boarding up their windows, getting the water, canned food, ready to hunker down for several days without electricity potentially. But officials have also said that they have National Guard troops ready. They have first responders ready, as well as search and rescue teams. There's 34 search and rescue aircraft, as well as 500 tactical vehicles. And there are more than 50,000 linemen ready to descend on the state of Florida to help get the electrical grid back up as Hurricane Milton moves in later tonight. Kana.
And so it does sound like they have things in place. We've heard the Red Cross also has things strategically placed all throughout the state as well to try to get to residents when they can. I think the big question is when might that happen, as the hurricane is just now starting to bear down. Tell me a little bit about the preparations that you and your team have been doing.
So in terms of us, we are in a very safe space. So we are in a hotel that is ready to withstand a Category 5 hurricane. There is concrete all around us. Now, when it comes to residents and their preparation, you have to think about the officials have warned if you are in a single-story house.
And Jacqueline, I don't want to have to cut you off there, but we are going to take everyone live to David Muir, who is also in Tampa, Florida. He has more coverage of this historic hurricane.
Good evening. We're coming on the air from Tampa because President Biden is about to address the nation concerning Hurricane Milton, this massive Category 3 hurricane spawning a tornado outbreak already across the state of Florida. At least 20 reported tornadoes so far. The hurricane tonight now with winds up to
Holy hell,
135
20
miles per hour,
tornadoes?
expected to make landfall along Florida's Gulf Coast just a few hours from now. The storm growing as it closes in on the area.
How do you manage all this?
In Sarasota. Tornado watches.
It's a good thing you turned around, bro.
All of Florida tonight.
150%. That's going to get bad. Like I say bad loosely. We'll see whenever we come, if we're able to come back through here. Right. And it won't be in a vehicle, I can tell you that much.
High in some areas along the Gulf Coast of Florida. Now,
like I said, let me know and then I can do this again for you,
there
bro.
will now be no rescues.
Thank you. I will. I just got to find
a
few hours.
Like,
Hurricane Milton is expected
figure out
to
when it dies off enough.
West coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day. And they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves overland. including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear.
That's deep.
In conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter.
Yo, where is that at?
Just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death.
Shelters are full.
Emergency declarations for Florida.
Where's that at? That's being showed.
Personnel on the ground. When your stage,
I don't know now.
We have
Sorry, I can't read it.
40 million liters of
Shelters
water.
are full now.
My direction,
what I heard.
Secretary of Defense Austin has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida, and the state's Emergency Operations Center. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge, if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might, just like we did in North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point. I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene, this impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida. An incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there's simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. It's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop.
Why are we turning this political?
It's just not true.
Dude, I was just getting ready to say, for once, they did really good about not being political. I was getting ready to say that, and then that happened.
Controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather.
This isn't. All right.
It's beyond ridiculous.
This isn't a political show. Let's just skip to the updates.
Closest 120 miles from us, but it's now northwest and about 50 miles west-southwest of Sarasota. So it's moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. It'll slow down just a little before it makes landfall tonight, but that does not slow down the tornadoes. And we still have a tornado watch for Orlando, Tampa, Clearwater, Sarasota, Fort Myers here, Cape Coral, over to Miami. We've seen tornadoes from west to east across the peninsula, and that's not going to stop. We're also going to see the surge keep climbing tonight as the winds turn onshore. Right now, even as we're standing here, we're getting more and more, and this is going to keep piling up as those south winds come in.
Trey is in a safe location, northern Florida right now. He's actually ahead of the storm.
Venice, Florida, that's some of the biggest. That's the closer to unsurvivable, 6 to 9 feet in Tampa Bay, 5 to 8 for Naples, and Fort
Fort Myers here, this area of Punta Gorda in the 8 to 12 range. How do we time it out, right? We told you later tonight, I'd say before 9, 10 p.m., we get a landfall. Some of the wind gusts are easily 80 to 100 miles per hour, let's say, and then it twists through. And you notice the northern end is quite heavy with the rain and it's quite dry on the bottom half. That's going to help pull it to the north. It's actually tracking and has jumped north of the National Hurricane Center's line. So anticipate Orlando, Lakeland with quite a bit of that wind and the power outages possible. Brandon also. Daytona Beach, look at the timing. That's Thursday, 1 a.m. So this is just overnight. And then early tomorrow morning, it's that calm coast with nearly a hurricane force gust before it leaves. Late tomorrow morning and early tomorrow afternoon, David. So we've got a really hairy next 24 hours.
Ginger, I just want to laser in on something you said, and I know it's impossible.
Yeah, when you go out
sure,
tomorrow, let me
given
know,
the
dude,
latest
so we can
forecast,
keep you safe.
It looks like potential landfall between the 9
I will,
and
100%. 100%. What'd she say about
potentially Category 3
early
somewhere
in the morning and then
Sarasota
something
area.
afternoon?
Yes, it
Hold
looks
on,
like
let me
that.
pause it.
Sarasota or just the southern
Sorry, she spoke
Tampa
really
Bay,
fast.
right
No, you're
through
good.
the bay, which is a terrible scenario, as you know, because what happens.
Here, let me pause it. She was talking about early into the morning. It's still gonna. So early at like 1 in the morning. I don't know if I can rewind enough. Hold on. She was saying 1 in the morning. It was going to here.
Actually tracking and has jumped north of the National Hurricane Center's line. So anticipate.
So right there, that's what it's going to look like at 1 in the morning. Okay. So, and see how here's the panhandle right here where it starts. So when we go back to the radar, let me go back to that real quick. When we go back to the radar, so this is where you're at. I'm going to zoom back. So it's still going to be in this area where you're driving right now through 1 in the morning. And
Okay,
I'll
so
send you this. Go ahead. Here, let me send this to the Facebook Messenger. This is the link that'll be 24/7 live that you can stay up to date or up to the minute. And then whenever you do go to take off, just call me and wake me up, and then I'll get all this stuff pulled back up. Because they said it's going to be the next 24 hours the storm's going to be rolling through. So you're definitely going to need help if you're going to head out at any point from the mid-morning, throughout the day.
Okay, I'll need radar 100% because it could change. Or just to see what it's doing. In comparison where I'm going to be.
And you're just scooting the north of it, so you're actually staying far ahead of those strong cells under there. So you're staying a good distance away from it. So you're heading in the right path. Tallahassee. Once you get to Tallahassee, then we'll probably have a better idea of where the storm's going to be headed, considering where Tallahassee is, and if it's going to shift more north.
Yeah.
And then, if anything, you can always, move to another location too, just in case.
Hopefully, it doesn't do the whole bay thing and flood everything out.
This right here will keep us updated. I'll be watching it even, once you get to a safe location. I'll even be watching it just to stay ahead of it in case, I need to be prepared, in order to do this, the radar and the road checks and stuff like that. So I'm going to try and do the best that I can. And I want to say thank you to chat for helping out as well, because neither one of us are like a weather person, storm chaser, so we're just trying to make
not
sure
by any means.
just trying to make sure that everybody is safe as much as we can with what we have available. And so yeah, that's what it's looking like at 1 in the morning. Still a lot of heavy storms, a lot of possible tornadoes, but it's going to be on more the west coast or the east coast of Florida, and then up here towards where ABC News is. That's where Tallahassee is. It's
pretty much going to be sticking away from that area according to the latest projection, but we'll stick on this too until you get to a safe spot. That way everybody's updated, and you are too, man. How much longer do you have until you get to Tallahassee?
An hour and 46 minutes.
All right, so we'll be on for
Be a
sure
minute.
2 more hours. Yeah, I want to make sure that you get to a safe location, and then like I said, if you need help, just ring me a call, and I'll make sure I leave everything. That way, it'll just hit a button and we're good, and we can help you out. Like we
Okay,
are
yeah, that'll
now.
be easier.
Here is the link in chat if you don't mind going to hit a like on it, and show support to ABC News. Thanks to them that we're also keeping updated along with the Radar Omega. All right, let's see what they're saying. Let's see if because it looks like it's going to be heading more to the east now, not as much north, but when we're looking at the radar, it looks like it is heading more east now. Yeah, it is heading more east. The eye is almost at the coast of Cape Coral. Let me zoom in. Let me switch to the radar real quick to show you guys. The eye of the storm is almost, yeah, it's almost at landfall there. For some reason,
Let's get
quit paying him. It's just almost there.
pretty much any minute.
Yeah, you have a bunch of storm chasers too. Alright, we'll get back to the latest update again. Trey is way up here. He's on the north side of the storm. You should basically be safe. He's got plenty of time. You turned around at the perfect time, because I think if you would have waited any longer, you might have been riding these nasty storms just to try and get out of the nasty
I would have been
storms.
whipping the trailer. Bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not including the flood, the waves coming in.
What city are you coming up to?
Let's see. It did say on that sign. I even read it. Cross City.
What is it again?
Cross City. It's up there a ways, but Cross. Yeah, CROSS.
All right. Oh, okay, I see it now. Here, I'll go ahead and zoom in. I'll pull up the radar. Actually, here, I'll just switch it to the maps because he's outside of that storm. But Cross City is right here on Highway 98. So we'll zoom out, and you can see right there. So he's on the very top tail of the storm, but he's going faster than the storm is, so he will make it to the destination safely. Like I said, he turned around at the perfect time, because if he would have waited anymore, he might have been stuck in those storms trying to get out, and that's the direction the storms are going. So you really did turn at the perfect time, man.
Anticipate Orlando, Lakeland with quite a bit of that wind and the power outages possible. Brandon also. Daytona Beach, look at the
Let's see what they got for updates here.
Thursday, 1 a.m. So this is just overnight. And then early tomorrow morning, it's that
Thank you all for being here and helping out too.
Before it leaves.
Yeah, thank you all very much, especially earlier.
So
we can't do it without you.
Next 24 hours.
Ginger, I just want to laser in on something you said, and I know it's impossible to know for sure, but given the latest forecast, it looks like potential landfall between the 9-10 p.m. Eastern hour, potentially a Category 3 somewhere in the Sarasota area.
Yes, it looks like that. Sarasota or just the southern Tampa Bay, right through the bay, which is a terrible scenario, as you know, because what happens is the onshore flow pushes the ocean water in, and then the bay converges, and all those little waterways makes it higher and higher. And that's why we've been warning about this for so many days. The susceptible and extremely vulnerable Gulf Coast, the ocean floor here, like a ramp, just ushering in all of this water, the bubble of water that Milton's been carrying, and we've been watching for days, too.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z on the ground here with our entire storm team. Ginger, thank you. I'll see you a short time from now on World News Tonight. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live, abcnews.com, and of course, as I mentioned, I'll be back with the entire team for a special edition of World News Tonight from right here in Tampa, Florida. We're all along the coast. You can see we're under an overhang, a concrete overhang in a parking garage to keep the entire crew and the team safe here. But we will let you know the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center just a short time from now. For many of you, we return you now to your local news. I'll see you shortly. Good night.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
And our thanks to David and Ginger Z as well. I want to check back in with our Jacqueline Lee, who is also there in Tampa. And Jacqueline, as you just heard Ginger talk about, it doesn't look like it might just be a wind event clearly there in Tampa. You could be dealing with some serious storm surge this evening.
Yeah, so as you can see, the wind and the rain is really starting to pick up as it moves further in. So, you know, we just heard from President Biden, who says that the full force, the full support of the federal government is here, ready to help Florida as needed. He said they've already pre-positioned search and rescue, and they are ready to go. He's been in constant contact with state and local officials. And again, he is saying that they are ready. The federal government, there are teams that are here to help residents as things get worse. Kena.
All right, Jacqueline Lee, our thanks to you. We now want to check in with to seek higher ground just a short time ago when he addressed the nation. Take a listen.
At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death.
Well, cities in the path of the storm still reeling from Helene, and experts are very concerned about all that leftover debris that could now become flying shrapnel when Milton hits, with winds topping 100 miles an hour. The severe weather already triggering tornadoes in Florida as the hurricane bears down on the coast. Now, we have a full forecast just ahead for you.
It's
but
a
right
good thing
now,
you got out of
ABC
there,
News'
man.
Jacqueline Lee, who's live for us in Tampa. And so, Jacqueline, again, you've been watching these conditions worsen
Good thing you
throughout the day,
got out of
yesterday,
there.
and into the evening here tonight. Tell us what you're experiencing out there.
That's right, Kena. So we just hit a lull, but earlier, just like a few minutes ago, it really was a wall of water behind us as the wind and the rain were pushing through. And as you can see, it is getting much darker. We're now getting into the very dangerous part of this storm, because when it gets dark, when we are expecting the Hurricane Milton to come through, we're expecting to lose electricity. In that case, when you have that storm surge, you have all that water and wind. First responders will not be able to get to people until it is safe for them to be out. So it's a very scary situation, Kena.
No question. So what are the resources that are in place right now for residents who didn't have the ability or the want to leave?
Yeah, so it's interesting because, you know, there were residents who initially thought they were going to ride this out, but in the last few hours earlier today, they talked about that they were getting really scared. The neighbors that were supposed to also be riding it out evacuated yesterday, so some actually went to emergency shelters. They said, I got really nervous. And so officials have been emphasizing there are more than 200 shelters, more than 200,000 beds available for people to go later tonight. Again, the biggest concern is that storm surge. If you're in a single family house, if you're in a mobile home, when you're dealing with 10 to 13 feet of storm surge, you will not be able to survive that. So again, officials are emphasizing it's those shelters that are somewhat close to the house. So hopefully you can get there in time. Kena.
Yeah, no question. See here, Governor Ron DeSantis just putting out a note here urging residents exactly what you said there in those evacuation zones to seek those shelters. He says they
Maybe your
have
buddy
space
should look for a shelter that's close
people
by, just in
in
case,
shelters.
you know.
That's really significant. But if you are staying put, I mean, even like our crews there, how do you brace? What are you doing to prepare?
Did you say look for shelters?
Right? So for the last few days,
yeah, maybe he should look for shelters just in case if he knows where to go, just in case he does need to go somewhere. Over 200 shelters available.
Those were gone. People were.
They ought to have a map somewhere, I bet.
You know, clothes, generators.
Yeah, maybe he can just look at this, you know, say, hey man, just look at, see where the closest shelter is, just in case you got to take off.
They have experienced storms before, and as you can see, the rain's really starting to pick up, and it's only going to be getting worse as the night goes on. But people are prepping for days without electricity potentially. But DeSantis has said that there are more than 50,000 linemen on hand, ready to just jump into action to try to get the power grid back up when Milton goes through the area. Kana.
All right, you can see the rain sort of coming down there over your shoulder now as well. Jacqueline, thank you so much for being here with us, and we'll be checking in with you throughout this evening. Make sure that you and that team stay safe. And for more on where people are going before this hurricane makes landfall, our Victor Akendo is in Sarasota, where people are running to those emergency shelters and seeking higher ground just to stay safe. Victor?
Kana, we are inside one of the evacuation centers, shelter in
That's
Sarasota.
pretty nice.
This is Booker High School. What you see behind me right now, this long line, all of these people.
So it might be a local high school, bro.
Just now getting served. We're
Okay,
told
that makes
people here
sense.
will be getting 3 meals a day. I've checked in with
Just, he
organizers
can,
who say
just
that
in
right now
case,
they
that way
have
he's not
900
panicking.
people
He
and
already
counting. They have
has it.
capacity for 1,700.
Maybe even
However,
put
once
the
winds
location in his
reach
Google Maps
45 miles an hour,
early or
they
something.
will be closing the doors. We've also
In
checked
case he
in
does have
with the emergency
to do it at the
operations
last
center
moment.
for the county. They say that some of the shelters are definitely filling up. So they're starting to
He should be
redirect people to
watching.
those shelters
I'm gonna
Yeah,
text him.
space so people can be
Have a
more
backpack
comfortable.
ready
As
of
far as
whatever he
people who
wants
are
to keep
deciding
in
to ride
case
it out at home,
he needs to
especially
throw it
those
on his
that are
back
those
and start
mandatory
hiking.
evacuation zones.
Just a go
What they're
bag.
telling me is that
Just
if
in
you make
case,
that decision,
just sitting
that
right
might
next
be
to you
the
on the
last
couch.
decision you ever
That
make.
way
They
you
are
can just
calling
grab it and
a
go,
life or
and you're
death
not risking
choice.
your
Kana?
life.
That is an incredibly stark warning there. Victor Akendo, our thanks to you. Now, local officials, again, warning residents in those areas in the path of the storm of the dangers of staying put. Again, urging people to evacuate, get to higher
Just have
ground. Citrus
the go bag
County
ready.
is located just 80 miles north of Tampa when you look at this map here. And Citrus County Sheriff Mike Pendergrast is joining me now for more on this. Sheriff, thank you so much for being here with us. And look, we are hearing warnings from officials over and over again, but we're hearing warnings that we have never quite heard before. Very stark. What are you telling your community members right now?
Listen, we only have a matter of a few hours left before the hurricane force winds reach our coast and work their way across Citrus County. We're a beautiful community, about 80 miles from downtown Tampa, but really the impact of the storm is already here in Citrus County. We're having 25-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusting up to 45 miles an hour across the community. As we prepared for this storm, we've been through this now the third time this year. We have been warning everybody in the flood zone to please evacuate, get to a shelter, but get interior to the county because of the hurricane force winds that we've got here. We do have plenty capacity in our shelters if some of our citizens are still here in the community to get to a shelter before the winds make it really impossible for them to get here and get to a safe place before the storm arrives. Now, the other thing that's out there is the hurricane, as it moves past us, is going to spin a lot of tornadoes off. We've already seen 50 tornado warnings here in the state of Florida today. Several very destructive tornadoes have been filmed by a lot of folks that are out there and have reported that stuff into various news outlets. We anticipate that happening. Unfortunately, it's going to be nightfall. And during those many, many hours of darkness, we're having about 10 to 11 hours of darkness right now. You can't see a tornado like that. And that's why we've encouraged people really for several days now to leave those unsafe structures that are not hurricane ready and get to a place that is hurricane ready with family and friends, or as a last resort, to go to one of our shelters. We did fortunately get a lot of debris picked up in Citrus County as the storm was approaching. A lot of private contractors were laboring right up until about an hour or so ago to get as much hurricane and loon debris off of our streets. And God bless them for doing all of that to get the community as safe as possible from these flying objects that will become missiles and cause death and destruction as the winds pick up and stay up for a sustained period of time during the hours of nightfall. The other thing that I want to tell folks is we don't have a lot of gas at our gas stations. In fact, earlier today, I was out checking some of the gas stations and some of the businesses just doing security checks along with some of our great deputies. And none of the gas stations have any fuel in their tanks right now. So it's going to be a while before we can get out there and start to go and do the assessments as far as the folks that have evacuated. So just please be patient with those gas companies as they bring tanker trucks in refill the gas stations, and also please be patient with us too, because there are hundreds of people working tirelessly right to the right of me in this building and out on the street in Citrus County among the first responder community to ensure your safety and the safety of your property. We can replace property all day long, but we just can't replace the lives until they stay out there during a very deadly and a high wind event like this that we've not seen here in Citrus County for about 2 decades.
And it's also, it struck me, it's so important for all of us to remember that our first responders are also residents. They also have homes and families that they left so that they can do the work to protect those communities. And so our thanks to you in advance. But I also know that, people in Florida, are about hurricanes. You've been through hurricanes. As you mentioned, this is the 3rd time this year, though. Are people heeding the warnings of this one being that much more destructive, that much different than anything they've ever seen before?
Well, again, thanks to our partners in the media across every type of medium that we can think of, people heeded our warnings for Hurricane Helene, and we did not have a lot of folks that stayed behind in the flood zone that saw a epic 10-foot storm surge in Crystal River, almost 11 feet down in Homosassa, with beautiful little community down to our south, a few miles from where I'm standing. And ultimately, out of 19,000 people that live over in flood zone A, we ended up rescuing a little over 600 people after the storm surge came in less than 2 weeks ago from right now from Hurricane Helene. I don't think our storm surge is going to be as destructive as it was during Helene, but what I do anticipate is that we're going to see a lot more down trees, down power lines, and destruction of some of these buildings that are not capable of standing up to Category 3 hurricane force winds, and some of the after effects as the storm continues its trek across the county, going from the west coast of Florida on a diagonal angle all the way out to the east coast of Florida and dumping back out as a Category 1 hurricane into the Atlantic Ocean during the nighttime hours or early morning hours tomorrow.
Certainly a trying hours ahead, to say the very least. So, Sheriff, our thanks to you for being with us today, and our thanks to you for the service that you do for your community there.
Well, and thank you for having us, but more importantly, please continue to keep every one of these first responders in your thoughts and prayers. Those National Guardsmen and from the Florida State Guard that Governor DeSantis has already deployed. We've got phenomenal assets in Florida. We are an all-hazard state, and we work very tirelessly to be prepared for events like this that we know can happen any given time in the great state of Florida. And we prepare, we train, and we put money behind it to be prepared for something like this. So again, we're going to get through this, but we want folks to be as safe as possible now as this storm is really bearing down on our Gulf Coast and about to make landfall.
Your preparation and your dedication certainly shows now, and it will show in the aftermath. Thank you again, Sheriff.
Thank you. Be blessed.
Of course. Now we continue to hear stories from the front lines of this storm. Patients, doctors, nurses at the Moffitt Cancer Center in Tampa, Florida, are working right now to also serve their community during Hurricane Milton, including one patient who was diagnosed just a few weeks ago as he shelters in place at the hospital to continue his treatment.
Our priority is to get him out, and hopefully our house will still be there.
It definitely hasn't been easy with us just having a storm. So we've been doing the best that we can by picking up shifts for those in evacuation zones and making sure our patients have a plan in place, especially those worried about missing treatments.
We're here to take care of the patients and the staff. These patients can't go home because of their illness and their treatment as much as they want to. A loved one can stay with them, and we're here to support all of them.
Just some powerful stories there from the Moffitt Cancer Center in Tampa, Florida. Also, Milton's effects are already being felt on the Atlantic side of Florida as well, where at least one potential tornado severely damaged a sheriff's office building. WPBF's Angela Rosier has more from Fort Pierce.
Well, we are here at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office where we believe a possible tornado touchdown. And joining me now is the Sheriff, Keith Pearson. Keith, what happened here?
You know, we were inside here preparing for the storm like everybody else. We heard the noise. We came outside, and as you can see behind us, we got hit by a tornado. It took out about a 10,000 square foot red iron building with some of our safety equipment in there. This storm is real. residents, if you get these alarms, pay attention to them. Seek shelter. It happened right here. George Landry with the county administrators here. They've got some equipment coming through here. We're prepared for this. Just unfortunately, it happened to us. I don't want to see it happen to any of our citizens. George, you got anything to add?
Yes, thank you. So as you can see right here, it's not only the hurricane that we're preparing for, but these bands are creating tornadoes, and those tornadoes can pop up in without any warning whatsoever. So if you're out and about, don't try to get into your house, try to minimize movements, because if these tornadoes come up, all it's going to do is create havoc on the streets while we're trying to deal with the upcoming hurricane. And now we have all these tornadoes happening. You can see here what has happened to the sheriff's office, and a lot of the safety equipment that we're going to use for the hurricane is in here. So we have crews on their way to come and get them out as fast as possible so the sheriff can maintain doing his mission out on the street.
And Ron, what do you tell the people who are watching this story?
Guys, this is the same thing we've been telling you.
Okay, I'm going to switch to the radar here real quick just to get an updated view of where you're at. How are the roads where you're at, dude?
Super clear.
Okay.
Super clear.
All right, so you're almost at Tennelle. See here. You're on 19-98, right? All right, so you're about right here. So let me do this. So you're about right here by Jonesboro a little bit. So we'll zoom out. Yeah, you are plenty ahead. You're like right in smack dab in the middle of those two cells there. Especially from that big one down south there. It's just going through Chiefland right now. They're getting hit like crazy. Cedar Key is getting hit like crazy. And it's got some surge coming in too.
It's like pitch black behind me.
Yeah. Cedar Key's got a little bit of surge coming in from the south, going up southwest there. Yeah, you got out of there in time, so this is where you're at. Not too far, almost out of the zone there. You got another county to go through.
What's that gray?
What's that?
I think I was looking at the map. I think it was clouds. Gray and green and red and yellow. These clouds are doing some low hanging.
Yeah, you're actually seeing these clouds, this storm right here in front of you. These cells right here, that's what you're seeing in front of you there. All of these ones.
I really hope a lot of stuff doesn't get uplifted.
A lot of tornadoes behind you, man.
What areas?
Let me see.
Like where I just get like.
I'm not seeing any current. Hold on, let me hit refresh. Let me check Twitter real quick.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me as much as everything is rotating.
Okay, so this just came in an hour ago. Let me switch to Twitter here real quick. A marine drone has recorded waves of 8.57 meters high and wind gusts up to 122. This is what it
8
looks
meters
like.
high?
Yeah, 8.5.
Someone, I'm not good with that, but transfer that feet. Let's see. Oh my God.
This looks like a pier. Naples, Florida, 57 seconds ago. Wow, that guy's out there on a pier.
Dude, I would not put my feet on a pier. Not in that. Even the one I wanted to walk out on today, I didn't because I was like, I don't know how stable it is, and if I went, loop, I'm just gone. Let alone if it's like that.
Go. North Fort Myers. Wow, look at that pier. Water's starting to roll in.
Looks like the Mississippi River.
It's starting to roll in. Let me see. This is 1 minute ago. Tornado outbreak. Worst tornado outbreak in recorded Florida history happening right now. So that's the latest. Let me switch back to. We'll switch back to ABC News here and see what they got for updates. So you're in a perfect spot, man. You're right in between.
Really left at the exact, like, the right at the exact time we should have left.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what we got here.
All right, welcome back. Hurricane Milton is barreling toward Florida, bringing ferocious rain and wind and rising water. It's expected to bring in serious storm surge here, and that surge will occur when a hurricane wind, it forces the rising water from the ocean onshore, obviously causing flooding, but in some cases that could potentially be as high as 25 feet. ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z shares a virtual view of what a house impacted by a storm surge might look like and all the significant damage that it can cause.
It's a violent force that you want to avoid at all costs. Storm surge, basically water piling up inside and ahead of the hurricane that eventually gets slammed onto shore. In this ABC News virtual view, we can see that in the center of the hurricane, as pressure falls, water levels rise. All that water piling up while it's still over the open ocean. As a hurricane closes in on land, the strong winds push that water toward the coast, and it has nowhere left to go but up and inland. This is what it might look like inside a home taking on storm surge. The water approaching quickly and viciously, entering your home and quickly climbing. And when storm surge combines with high tide, the rapid rise in water can actually move a home.
Something I watched with my own eyes in Hurricane Michael in 2018.
I just saw something I have never seen in real life. I saw an entire home taken off of its foundation and rolled down the street.
Another critical reason you might want to leave? The wind. Just this summer, the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety showing GMA its hurricane simulator and what it can do to a home when it's dialed up to a Cat 3.
Oh my God.
25-mile-per-hour winds. Chunks of the roof.
Category 3, dude.
Bro, and they're getting 170 mile an hour one. Oh my God.
Exposing the home.
Reach out to your buddy and just make sure he has a go bag and
That
and
dangerous
knows where
wind,
to
not just
go for a
obliterating
shelter, high
roofs,
school,
this
something.
2x4 cannon reminding us what deadly flying debris can do when it's launched
I
by
did.
a
I told him
hurricane.
to look it up.
Those two flying debris, man.
Piercing through the window,
That's what
the bed,
that's what was
the
freaking
wall,
me out.
and even the couch on the other side. With windows so vulnerable in a hurricane, experts shared this advice. As you leave, close all interior doors. It can help contain the wind to just that part of the house and limit damage.
Wow, and our thanks to Ginger Z for that reporting. I now want to check in with our ABC News meteorologist, Dan Amarante, who's also tracking this hurricane and the trajectory for us. So, Dan, it seems like we have a little bit of an update here on the time and the track of it. Can you bring us up to date?
Yeah, in these next few hours, Kana, we're going to be seeing landfall. So we're kind of in game time now for the storm moving in. We're already seeing some very intense wind gusts across parts of the west coast of Florida and really all across Florida. You're going to be seeing some of these.
Bro, they're sending all the
hurricane-force
ambulances
gusts
out again,
with that
even
120
further
mile per hour
out.
sustained winds, 150 mile per hour gusts here. And these are the observations. Some of the gusts that are up to 77 miles per hour in Sarasota now. So that's something you don't want to mess around with. This is going to be really rough for a lot of people across the state of Florida as we head through the night tonight. So there's that center of the storm. That's the eye. The eye wall is the strongest part. That's where some of the strongest wind is. That's where most of the storm surge will be found. And we're seeing a lot of that pushing on to the west coast of Florida at this moment. And that will continue for hours and hours and hours as we head into this evening. Still expecting the storm to make landfall and then kind of slice across the state.
That is true, Kathy. I saw that
morning,
report
and even
last
by
night.
tomorrow afternoon, it's going to start to really make its way out. It's already starting to see some interaction with a front nearby that's going to help to kind of pull it away. So that tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. Still some tornado warnings scattered across the eastern part of Florida. But as we mentioned, that surge is something that we are going to be really monitoring as those water levels continue to rise across parts of Florida. Back to you, Anna.
Right, as we have talked about, it doesn't trickle in, right? It comes in like a freight train. Dan, our thanks to you. And coming up next here on ABC News Live, we have more coverage of Hurricane Milton as the monster storm closes in on Florida and is expected to make landfall in just hours. Stay with us.
Thank you, Divine. Appreciate it. Yeah, they did come out with a report for people to write their names in permanent marker on their arms or legs. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
I gotta.
Oh, sorry.
Gotta mute that real quick. Okay, go ahead, man.
It's one of those, like, it's just the dark coldness to it, that if you say it like that, maybe reality will kick in and people will listen. Because they're actually being serious, because it spent a lot of time and resources trying to figure out who somebody is. Or was.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen that report last night, where they were telling people to, if they were going to stay, to write their... what's going on here? Let's see, let's go back to here. Play for a minute. Let me switch back to radar here. Right, so you're making your way up here. Yep, you're still right in the middle.
That radar is just like, I don't know how to put it into words. This is a magnet. Like zoom out again, like the whole state. Like it's just the entire state.
Pretty much.
Dude, I mean, it's unreal.
And you're right. You're in a safe part, man.
There's literally the hurricane of the century.
How much time until you're out? About an hour and a half to Tallahassee.
My map closed out. That's weird. Hour and 18 minutes.
turn this back on, see what the latest updates are.
All right, welcome back. I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles, and you are watching ABC News Live coverage of Hurricane Milton. The powerful storm is set to slam into western Florida in just a few hours as its outer bands lash the coast right now. And as time runs out for residents to escape, we want to take you live to our Tampa ABC station, WFTS, as their team is tracking the very latest on the storm of the century.
In the past hour, to be honest. Usually it's harder to see with a little bit lower visibility. But right now it looks decent. But as of course we all know that those bands come and go. It's the wave of the band, right? So we're expecting, of course, those winds to pick back up. Plenty of pooling along the water here, especially along this route next to Raymond James Stadium. The good thing, though, we've been here for a few hours, just kind of monitoring the situation out here, and there really haven't been many cars. And that's a really good situation. That means that people are taking this seriously. For those who have been driving through, we've seen emergency crews have been kind of in the area. And the reason for that here at Raymond James Stadium, we know that there are many rescue crews that are currently riding out the storm here, ready, on standby, ready to go. You know, the whole Tampa Bay area is taking this extremely seriously, and the police department really asking folks to keep emergency lines clear. They're asking people to, instead of call 911 for down power lines or minor damage or flooding, to call their non-emergency number for those things. However, if it is a life-threatening, right now, immediate situation, that's when they say to call 911. But, you know, behind us, obviously, folks that are hunkering down across the street as well, but ready to help. We've been seeing kind of that slow burn of the wind coming in, the rain coming in. Quite nice right now, but we know that that's going to be making its way back to this area. I went up to our third floor here, and that rain, you know, obviously the very top has been coming through and seeping through the cracks, already making kind of a waterfall in the parking garage here. So I'm glad that we're definitely elevated. I'm glad we're behind concrete and staying safe like that. Back to you guys.
All right, Lillian, thank you. We want to go now to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, who is going to give us the latest on what's out there.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and go through the process. Right now, there's actually almost what looks like a double eye wall rather. And you've got one that's moving into Sarasota right now, but the eye itself is only about 12 miles wide. So you can kind of see the way that it's moving. I mean, it's going to continue to move off to the northeast. So, you know, somewhere Manatee, Sarasota, in that general ballpark, maybe as far north as northern Manatee. But overall, the forecast in terms of what we're experiencing right now, the rain, as Greg and Jason have been saying, the rain is the big story right now. The other stories will be changing. The surge will be a massive story. The wind in a very small area will also be a very big story. And we're going to tackle one at a time. Again, if you're home right now, just kind of hanging out, just hunker down, waiting for the power to go. We have had reports of power outages. Wendy, what's the last
Already
outage check? If you guys check on that and see what you got.
And I can tell you for sure, I've got it, Nadine.
Yeah, go for it.
Tico they did have over 8,000. Wow, it's now 30,000. Oh, almost 31,000, because 30,753. Wow. We've got
the tornadoes
Duke already way up, 44,000.
Yeah.
For Duke, yeah. FPL, not as many because they have a smaller coverage area. But yeah, that's substantial. And we know it's only going to increase, right?
It is, yeah. I mean,
yeah, it's just starting.
The worst is yet to come. I mean, and we're not saying that other than this is just to prepare you. And unfortunately, it's happening at night. So you are going to see a lot of power outages. And I repeat, charge your phone now while you still have power. Download our app. You can watch our broadcast in the overnight. That is a very comforting thing to know what's happening. When you can't see anything, it's dark out and the wind is howling and tree branches and sometimes trees are falling and you're not sure where or how long. So it's a really good idea to keep your phone charged as long as you can before the power goes out. So again, we're expecting landfall somewhere between 9:30 in that ballpark. And by definition, landfall is when the center of the eye, not the leading edge, the center of the eye crosses land. And wherever that occurs, that is where we have landfall. So in terms of the current conditions, it's all about the rain, not the surge, Although we are getting a lot of reports of surge in Naples, we're getting a lot of reports of surge in Fort Myers. It's starting south, and it will work north, and it will do so over the next few hours. But we have flash flood warnings for Pasco and Pinellas County until 6:45. Look, it has just been raining crazy for the last 5 or 6 hours. And we'll show you some of those numbers in a minute. But overall, we're talking about significant flooding because of rain. Nothing to do with surge. That will come later. This is a 3-part event, if you will. First, we've had the rain, all right? Then we have the wind that comes onshore. And then lastly, unfortunately, the largest event will be the surge. Here are those rainfall totals that I talked about. This is in the last 24 hours, but honestly, it's probably like in the last 7 or 8 hours. They've had nearly 9 inches of rain in southern Pinellas County. They've had most of Pinellas has seen between 6 and 9 inches of rain. Most of western Hernando County, or rather Manatee County, has had 7 to 8 inches of rain. Sarasota has had 7.5 inches of rain. Pasco County lower with purple colors, but still it's coming down, and then inland areas less. So you've still got all of that rain coming in with the storm itself. There it is. That is all going to move onshore. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that some areas are going to pick up 18 inches of rain before this moves on through. And when I say some areas, it's probably Pinellas County getting a lot of the heaviest rain. What about the wind? The wind will be strongest right around the eye, north and east of where that eye crosses. There's going to be a small area of wind that we likely will see an extreme wind warning. Now, what does that mean? I remember we had one in Irma in Polk County. Bartow had one. It was about 12:30 at night. It lasted for about an hour. And we had one of our reporters actually in a bunker, I remember them saying, and they could not even open the door because the wind was blowing so hard. It's a very small area, but it's an area that will bring incredibly high winds, 115 miles an hour or greater. Now, the storm is weakening. We have winds of 120. It is a possibility that when this makes landfall, it's Cat 2. That, while it's just a number, there is a monstrous difference in terms of damage from 110 to 140 or 145. Just a massive amount of difference. So if we can continue to see weakening up for the next few hours, there's a legitimate chance we could be looking at a Cat 2 hurricane or a very minimal Cat 3 at landfall. So that would be tremendous. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with the surge. All right, here are the current wind gusts. We have hurricane force wind gusts right now in Venice, 74 mile an hour wind gusts. We have 61 mile an hour wind gusts in St. Pete. We are not seeing sustained hurricane force winds yet. What does that mean? What's the sustained versus a gust? Sustained is 60-second steady of wind. We just got a, is that extreme wind alert?
Yeah.
Yep, figured. So
Wind
tell you
warning.
What is it?
A wind warning?
Yeah.
Extreme wind warning.
Extreme wind warning.
All right, so you're watching live storm coverage from our Tampa station, WFTS. We are going to go to a quick break, but we, of course, will have the latest for you on Hurricane Milton. Again, as this historic storm is closing in on Florida. Make sure you stay with ABC News Live.
Go ahead and mute that while it's on pause. Scooted it. Oh, here we go. More.
Shore. Radar's picking up 114 mile per hour winds, but that's several thousand feet up. Down to
Thank
the
you all for
surface,
being here.
maybe 100. Maybe 90, like Dennis was saying. The northern eye wall, though, which is not where the landfall will be, this is what's going to be moving into Pinellas, Manatee, Hillsborough County, has winds that are even higher than that. We're querying it at 116 miles per hour. I've seen it as high as 124 miles per hour. So 110, 115, 120. When you extrapolate that down to the surface, where, of course, we are, you can lower these winds by about 20 miles per hour from what you're seeing here. So clearly the eye wall is showing that winds that could be potentially up to 100, 115 miles per hour. We'll get the 7 o'clock advisory in from the National Hurricane Center here soon with an update on what the winds currently are. But there you can see it. That query just popped up 128. So Dennis, down surface wise, that would run roughly 110 to 115. So that's what they're looking at now. Sarasota initially, Manatee County over the next hour, and then that continuing north up to Pinellas and Hillsborough County too.
And you know, you can make the argument once this goes through, that's the worst of this storm.
Yeah.
I mean, that will be it in terms of the wind. But then we go to the next phase, which is the surge. So if you're just tuning in, where you been? Extreme wind warning till 9:30. As Jason just said, showed it perfectly. Winds already offshore of 100 to 110 miles an hour. And they will be moving onshore as Milton also moves onshore. So the eye, very ragged. South of the eye, there's no weather going on. I mean, there's some wind, but we've been saying for days, if you live in Hardy County and this passes through, you might very well see stars and you're not even in the eye, you're on the southern flank. And by the way, a lot of the Bay Area is going to be in the eye of this. And that is quite an experience where you go from the eye wall, where you have very, very heavy winds, and within a matter of a minute or two, the winds go calm and you're in the eye. And very often, not saying to do this, but very often people run outside to see what it's like to be in the eye of a hurricane. Again, I'm not saying to do that, because what happens is on the other side, although that being said, the other side will be much weaker because this is literally being cut in half. As Jason was talking about, it's quickly turning into what would be called a hybrid or a subtropical system. It doesn't have the look or the characteristics of a tropical system, which is a warm core system, as opposed to a winter storm, a nor'easter, right? And a nor'easter, think about it. A nor'easter has winds that expand out much, much farther. The winds 150 miles with a nor'easter are every bit as strong as the winds near the surface. It's more uniform. A hurricane, most of the winds are right near the surface, right there, right? Right there. But in this one, it's a little different, where we've got that really solid band of wind and rain in the northern eye wall. And while that is not the eye, and how many miles, Jason? Maybe 20 miles from the eye wall, that northern band, something like that? Yeah. So, I mean, maybe 20 miles to the north, you're going to have winds every bit as strong, if not stronger, than right at the eye wall. And I can't say that I can ever remember that happening before. I mean, it's a very, very unique situation. So there it is. Landfall occurring in the next few hours. When landfall occurs is when you will have this extreme wind. So let me be clear about something, guys, all right? And we're going to treat this almost like a tornado warning, because in a sense it is, right? You are if you live in Pinellas County, especially the southern half, but we'll pinpoint it as it gets closer. If you live in Hillsborough County, you live in Manatee and Sarasota, you are going to have an area of winds that are equivalent to an EF1 tornado come through. The difference with this is it's going to last longer than an EF1 tornado might last 30 seconds. This could last significantly longer. So when you get to that point, you want to get away from your windows. If you have them boarded up, it's okay. But if you don't have your windows boarded up, you want to be in an interior part of your home. You want to be on the lowest floor. And if it gets bad enough, you'll go just like in a tornado in a closet or in a bathroom. I mean, we're not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this because the reality of an extreme wind warning is about as strong as it gets, certainly with a tropical storm or a hurricane. So there again, we have a hurricane warning remain in effect. No changes there. Current wind gusts anywhere from 66 in St. Pete, 62 in Venice. These are the current wind gusts. It was 74 just a few minutes ago in Venice with hurricane force gusts. Storm surge, there's the third facet, and the one that is the most destructive. I mean, 110 mile an hour winds are going to cause some problems. You're going to have trees down. I'll be very transparent with you. I had my family leave from my home in Palm Harbor, not because I was afraid of structural damage from the winds, but because there's a lot of trees around. And there's nothing you can do. When you get 10 inches of rain, and then all of a sudden you have a ton of wind coming as well, there's going to be some trees down. Tomorrow we will wake up and look around and there will be some trees down, maybe a lot of trees down across the area. There's going to be a lot of blue tarps on roofs coming up over the next several weeks, if not the next several months. So the wind is the biggest issue if you don't live on the water, and I don't live on the water. But if you do, it's the surge. Not only is it catastrophic, as we saw with Helene, but it's deadly, unfortunately, as we saw with Helene as well. So our hope is people who evacuated, everyone evacuated. We know they didn't, but we hope the majority of the people did evacuate. But a little good news in sense of the overall surge total. If you remember the last 3 or 4 days, the Hurricane Center was locked in with a 10 to 15 foot surge in the bay. Kind of heard us saying, especially on DPL, heard us saying, yeah, that's the worst case scenario. And you can't have a worst case scenario with a hurricane if it's going to make landfall here, up here, because there'll be offshore winds there. So it wasn't going to happen. The worst of the surge will be wherever landfall occurs and to the south. And because landfall is going to occur really close to northwestern Manatee in that general ballpark, the bay is on the fringe, really on the fringe of the worst surge. So the Hurricane Center actually dropped down.
And that is live storm coverage from our Tampa station, WFTS. Now we're going to take a quick break and we'll have the latest on Hurricane Milton again as this historic storm closes in on Florida. More on that when we come.
Man, look at those roads right there. All right, let me
Keeps getting worse.
Yeah, let me pull up the radar here real quick. We'll get a new update for you so you can have the weather. 1 second here. All right, so you are headed, you are basically right here, getting into Perry. So we'll zoom out. All right, so it does look like those cells are just kind of hanging around. So you're going to be going through a little bit of heavy rain here, probably in about 20 minutes. But it might even die down by the time you get there. But you're way ahead of those cells right underneath, so you're good. We'll go ahead and zoom down. And it looks like the eye has already crossed into Northport. Where's JLR at?
Yeah, where is JLR?
Where's JLR? In Sarasota?
Good. Did he make it out of there?
No, he's there, I guess. Where's he at right now? St. Pete.
Oh God.
So he's where your buddy's at. They're getting hit.
St. Pete is?
Yep. Yeah, it's the top of the eye. St. Pete is the top of the eye. So it's really heading east now. Because the eye was supposed to hit St. Pete, Tampa, but now it's actually below it, which is a good thing because that they're not going to get very much storm surge. They'll get a little bit. All right, you're right there. Oh, he might be dropping out. Are you there, buddy? Let me see if my headphone's still working. Okay, yeah, it's still working. Okay, he ended up dropping out. He'll be hopping up here in a second. Let's pull this radar back up. All right, so there is more updates. Let's see here. All right, so he's right here, right where my hand is. It might just be just a location where it drops. It's not from storms. So he should be okay there. All right, here he is.
Dude, it literally sounded like.
What's that?
Some disconnection. Like someone like tapped a pistol and the thing went poof.
Cutting out just a little bit, but we can hear you. Let's see here. So that's one of the roads right there in Florida. Tampa Bay, Florida. That wind is just shaking the camera like crazy.
I don't even see it. There it is.
There we go. Oh, let's hear what he says here.
National Weather Service is not going to extend it a little farther south. And we were just showing you this a second ago, but if you did miss it, let me turn off the warnings here on this map and show you what we're looking at as far as the potential for these winds, how strong the winds are inside this eye wall. So turning the warnings off, I'm going to switch it back over here to our velocity mode. So we're going to turn off the rain. We're going to look at what direction the raindrops are moving in the wind mode to see exactly what we're looking at as far as how strong these winds are. And we're looking at sustained winds of a couple thousand feet up. So not what we would see here at the ground level, over 100 miles per hour, some as high as 124 to 125 miles per hour. So when you're looking at this and you're saying, well, why isn't Sarasota being included if the eye could potentially move on shore here? It's because, again, the northern eye wall is where we're seeing the strongest part of the winds. And with a northeasterly movement on shore here over the next 2 hours, that's going to take the northern eye wall into St. Pete, into potentially Tampa, and also through southern Hillsborough County into Bradenton, and also places east of there over toward Lakewood Ranch along 64 and 70. So that's what we're looking at right now. So that's the wind mode. And there's where the center of the eye is. Out ahead of it, these winds in these blue and purple shades are showing up at about 70 to 100 miles per hour. So we're still going to get some pretty strong winds, but the more concentrated and more likely areas that will continue to pile up these 100 plus mile per hour wind gusts are going to be within this northern band. So let me stop the radar. We'll do a little query tool and look inside and see exactly where the strongest winds are. Where you see the orangish brown colors, those are starting to move into Egmont Channel and also here through Anna Maria Island and Fort DeSoto, getting basically into the mouth of Tampa Bay. So looking at some of these numbers here in these darker shades of brown, we're looking at 100 miles per hour. Again, this is about 1,000, 2,000 feet up, so take about 10 miles per hour off of that. We've got 90 mile per hour gusts here at the surface. We're looking at offshore gusts still at 105. We had 129 miles per hour showing up earlier. There's 113, and here is 107. So again, if you take that, that's at upper about 1,000, 2,000 feet. You put that down here at the surface, you're going to lower those numbers by about 10 miles per hour. And we're easily looking at 90 to 100, if not 100 plus mile per hour gusts within this band as it's moving onshore. And again, as far as the direction of movement with this, we're talking about it moving more to the east-northeast, which would affect, of course, where they put that extreme wind warning, which is Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee County. So there's the band. Notice the northern side of this band now creeping into southern Pinellas County, and we're going to continue to see this shifting east-northeast. So basically along the I-4 corridor and to the south is where we're likely going to see this band pushing those winds over 100. One of my friends in Carrollwood already texted me up toward Lake Magdalene saying the winds are crazy out there already. They can't imagine what it's going to be like when the eye wall starts to move onshore and closer to them. So again, we're locked in with this northern eye wall, which is actually being a little more of the worst part of the storm than what the actual landfall location will be. And based on the last couple.
All right, so you're watching our local station there, WFTS, talk about the storm of the century that is headed right towards Florida, making landfall now between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. At this point, this storm is less than 50 miles west-southwest of Sarasota, and it is moving quickly. We will continue to cover this for you throughout the evening. Thank you so much for streaming with us. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we'll have more live coverage of Hurricane Milton throughout the evening, starting with ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. That's right after the break. You can find us on Disney+, Hulu, and anywhere else you stream live news. This is a live look here at Tampa Bay. Those are the conditions right now. Now, if you're on the go, you can always watch us on the ABC News app or abcnews.com as well.
It's not even here yet, and it's getting dark.
Yep. All right, let me switch down.
Howard's going to go out. 56 minutes.
All right. So you're right here. Yeah, so up to your left. So you will be going through a little bit. You're plenty far away from the dangerous part.
Let's move it up, isn't it?
Now it's moving way east now. So Tallahassee's probably the good spot, man.
It should be. I don't see why. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Come here, baby. Come here. Yeah, you're purring like crazy. Yeah. Just woke up, yo.
I don't know how much water the gas station can do. Have gas.
What's that?
I'd be able to use it. I said, like the gas stations that still have gas, like depending on what that surge does, like you may not be able to use it.
Yeah. Fixed on your location again. Right here. Switch the layout to. Right here. Alright, so you're way up here.
Jack's Boats and Trailers. This.
What's up, buddy?
The Mitsubishi Lancer had like flashing lights, like strobes, or I don't know what they were doing. I wonder how many cell towers Florida has. Might be on top or something. I was always kind of amazing that like I've had better service here than I've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, it looks okay right now.
I know I had like a couple places earlier where it dropped out, but it's really clearing up over here. Just want to say to everybody, thank you all for supporting us along the can't even talk along the way.
You're good, man. You've been up for a long time too. You need some rest as well.
Oh yeah, wherever I get, I'm gonna be hopefully passing out.
And then, like
At
I
least-
said, it doesn't. Whatever time, call me when you're going out there so I can do this again to help you out, man.
I will, buddy. I just hope I'm able to navigate into it to like areas that actually need help instead of like, if that makes sense.
All we can do is wait and see, you know.
Yep, how it plays out.
That ABC News, that'll be up to the minute, you know, even in the middle of the night. So I'm not sure how long Ryan Hall, does anybody know how long Ryan Hall y'all plans on being live today for the hurricane? I should check him out after we're done, you know, just watch Ryan Hall y'all for the whole scope of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'll probably go hang out at the lounge tonight for a little bit. Just
We gonna
kinda
play?
wind down. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna play something or watch something.
No.
But just kind of wind down. But who knows? If I get sucked into Ryan Hall, y'all, I might be doing that.
Yeah. Depending on what he's saying, what he comes up with.
Well, he said it was going to be a long night. I'm not sure how long he's planning on staying on. But if Ryan Hall, y'all's not on that link, or ABC News will be.
When I go to sleep, I might just have it playing in the background, just kind of listening. If he's on that late, I don't know.
Yeah, and just call me. That way I'll wake up if I'm sleeping if you're heading out.
All right. Hopefully you get some sleep. It's rained pretty much for over 12 hours.
What, for you while you're driving?
Well, so coming down here it wasn't raining, but as soon as I got into Florida this morning, I think it was around 6, give or take. I don't even know if it was that early. Yeah, it was, because it was still pitch black. It just started kind of like doing this, and then everywhere I've been, it's pretty much been raining.
Okay, let me see here. So here's some new updates we can switch to here.
Well into the Atlantic. But boy, do we have another 24 hours ahead of us that's going to be quite raw and difficult. Extreme flash flood risk, too, because up to 18 inches of rain could fall on that northern eye wall. Lindsay?
Yeah, those next 24 hours will certainly tell
Yeah,
the
Cedar
tale. I
Key
know
got
you've covered
hit
a
bad,
lot of
too.
hurricanes. Is there anything particularly unusual about Milton? Anything you're particularly
getting
concerned about?
a lot of surge?
There's so much that's been unusual about
from the
Milton,
rain.
including where it
Oh,
moved,
yeah.
how it
Surge
moved, how
coming up
quickly and
after
like
the
rapidly.
eye
I mean, it's the
moves through.
strongest, this latest in the season. So that alone, you know, really brings something that says, wow, this is different. But we've seen so many times where a concentric, really tight storm, Lindsay, has that, you know, 35 miles per hour or 35 miles outside of the center where the hurricane force winds push the water. But look at us here. We've only had tropical storm force winds gusts to maybe 50, and we've got water creeping. We could see 8+ feet of surge. So I'd say Milton will have many different things we remember, including those giant tornadoes.
All right, well, Ginger, we are going to certainly continue checking back in with you and your team. Please stay safe. And now World News Tonight anchor David Muir joins us from Tampa Bay. And David, of course, as we were just discussing with Ginger, is going to be a long night ahead in the storm zone for so many. I'm curious what's top of mind for you tonight as you think about this region and its residents.
Yeah, there are a couple of things. You know, Ginger pointed out very well about the changing nature of these hurricanes. It's really impossible to predict just how much devastation they could bring. I talked with the hurricane hunters from NOAA who actually fly up into the hurricane. They spent a number of hours up in the air today, Lindsay. They hit extreme turbulence. They saw literally the eye of this hurricane flying right into it, and what they call the stadium effect. The visuals are quite extraordinary because it literally looks like a stadium of clouds inside that hurricane. The lieutenant commander who flew the plane actually told me this was the strongest hurricane that he has seen flying through it, and he's been doing this for many, many years. And so when you hear this Category 5 status over the warm waters of the Gulf and then down to a Category 3, that's literally what Ginger told us it was going to do because of the wind shear, knocking down some of the strength of the winds, but in doing so actually make the hurricane wider, which means the devastation, the danger is actually for a broader impact here along the coast. So that's one of the things that I'm concerned about. Another thing is just all of the debris, Lindsay. You see it everywhere. Hurricane Helene, obviously, just not so long ago coming through here, just days ago. Families still picking up the pieces here. There are giant mounds of debris all through these communities. That is why authorities were saying you've got to heed these warnings, take them seriously, because that debris is all going to become, projectiles with winds, more than 100 miles per hour here. And then the construction cranes, in St. Petersburg, Whit Johnson had a story tonight on World News Tonight showing just the images. This is a booming area. The population is growing here, people moving here. And so you've got lots of construction. So there's a lot of concern about what these winds can do, which is why in many of these streets in these communities, it's been a ghost town these last few hours. And that's actually an encouraging sign, Lindsay, that people are taking it really carefully. They're heeding these warnings. And I should mention that as we're on the air from Tampa, we get these massive wind gusts. The extreme wind warning that Ginger was talking to us about came over on our cell phones just moments before she reported it. And just for folks at home watching, we're in a giant concrete parking garage. That's how you're able to see the wind barreling behind us, the trees moving, but that we're all relatively safe. And obviously, with this warning now from the National Weather Service that these winds are going to be well more than 100 miles per hour the next hour or two, we're going to be super careful here as well, Lindsay.
Glad to hear that and to know that you and the team will stay safe there. David, thank you so much for your reporting there on the ground. Even before landfall, the stunning power of this hurricane is already clear, and there are major fears about powerful winds and a possible record-breaking storm surge. ABC's Victor Akendo is in Sarasota, close to where Milton is expected to make landfall. Hi, Victor.
And the winds have significantly picked up. Hurricane Milton now closing in. So you can see the conditions here in Sarasota rapidly deteriorating.
Tonight, monster Hurricane Milton unleashing a tornado outbreak across Florida.
Oh, my Lord.
More than 20 twisters reported already. Terrifying home surveillance video capturing the moment this tornado roared through Fort Myers. The skies turning dark as it barrels down the street. Those howling winds tearing apart trees, damaging homes. AccuWeather on the scene, capturing the aftermath. The roof ripped right off Robert Haight's home. He and his family inside when it happened.
And we all started going for the hallway. Didn't even make it there in time. And I heard a piece of glass crack and it sucked the whole roof off. And I felt the thing sucking up. I grabbed my kid and my wife.
Another tornado spotted on a traffic camera crossing I-75 west of Fort Lauderdale, far from where Milton is taking direct aim. The hurricane slamming Florida's Gulf Coast as it moves on shore. Powerful winds and torrential rain bending power poles in Matlacha near Fort Myers. Areas rocked by Hurricane Ian 2 years ago.
Sarasota is getting hammered with rain well ahead of landfall. Everything you see behind me was destroyed by Helene, which brought 6 feet of storm surge here. Milton could be more than twice that.
That's a major flood tonight, a record storm surge of up to 13 feet, swamping low-lying areas. Parts of Sarasota already flooded. Calvin Bryant has lived in Sarasota since 1957, choosing not to evacuate.
So when your family, your kids and grandchildren told you to please leave, what was your response?
I'm not going nowhere.
Many families heeding the wind, jamming highways for days. 1,900 gas stations, about a quarter of all stations statewide, running out of fuel. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis urging the entire state to stay on alert.
It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida.
5 airports in the region suspending operations. More than 3,000 flights canceled or delayed. President Biden today calling it the storm of the century. alongside Vice President Harris, urging people to put safety first.
The bottom line is this hurricane poses an extreme danger, and we urge everyone in Florida to take extreme caution.
The vice president even calling into the Weather Channel to try to reach people about the dangers of this storm.
Understand the seriousness of this and your ability to frankly save your life, because this is expected to be not only dangerous but deadly.
Everyone ringing those alarm bells. And Victor again in Sarasota for us. Victor, I know that there was a question about if it's going to make landfall right in Tampa or Sarasota where you are. Just how bad are things expected to get as Milton makes its way there?
Well, Lindsay, the highest storm surge is actually forecast for us here in Sarasota, and water is always the biggest killer in hurricanes as I keep an eye on the conditions here. But in speaking with officials earlier today, they told me that if any resident decided to stay along the coast, that might be the last decision they make. Lindsay?
Wow, really some daunting and harrowing words there. Victor, thank you. As city officials worry about construction cranes in St. Petersburg and how they'll fare in 120-mile-an-hour winds, Tampa is bracing for record storm surge as well. Whit Johnson is in Tampa tonight.
Tonight, as Milton slams ashore, authorities in Tampa, the largest city in the path, with a dire warning.
For those of you that were punched by Hurricane Helene, this is going to be a knockout.
Tampa's fire chief telling me it's all hands on deck. But for those who didn't evacuate, rescue teams are now on hold during the storm.
So you're essentially on your own.
Yes, you're pretty much on your own. If you don't get out, you're pretty much on your own. And that's we don't want to hear that. We don't want any casualties with this storm.
More than 3 million people called the Tampa metro area home, many packing shelters. And tonight, they've added 3 more.
It's frightening. It's frightening.
Gloria McNair evacuated her senior living complex, taking her 10-year-old grandson to this emergency shelter.
I didn't leave the first storm, Helene. I stayed home. But this one is a little different, so I'm not going to take a chance.
Statewide, officials say they can safely shelter more than 200,000 people, and no one will be turned away. In St. Petersburg, fears that giant high-rise cranes could spin or come crashing down. The mayor urging residents near construction sites downtown to evacuate or move to an inner area without windows. And there are still piles of debris left behind by Helene that could be sent airborne by Milton's 100-plus mile-per-hour winds. Officials say they cleared about 80% of it before weather conditions forced them to stop.
And Lindsay, officials now say more than 13,000 people are spending the night in shelters in the Tampa area. As you can see, conditions are rapidly deteriorating and only going to get worse. Milton is expected to bring up to a foot of rain here on top of that record storm surge. For those who did not evacuate, now is the time to hunker down. Lindsay,
Whit, our thanks to you, and hopefully everyone there will be safe. In major disaster moments like these, it's often organizations like the Red Cross that residents turn to for assistance before and after the storm. And joining us now for more, national spokesperson for the Red Cross, Nicole Mull. Nicole, thank you so much for joining us. The Red Cross has positioned supplies throughout the state. What are those supplies? How do people access them?
Absolutely. As we start to understand what the impacts of Milton are going to be, there's more than 1,000 Red Crossers currently on the ground in Florida ready to go. We have tractor trailers full of supplies, ready-made meals, water, cleanup supplies, you name it. So our folks are ready to go. And you know, when we think about our response to Hurricane Milton, this is on top of what we've already been doing for Hurricane Helene. Nearing on 2 weeks of being on the ground in the Southeast with more than 2,000 volunteers across the Southeast, more on their way. And Lindsay, we're going to be here for months, and we're going to be here to take care of folks during this greatest time of need.
And that's good to know and reassuring, I can imagine, to the many residents there. There are reports in this meantime that shelters are already at capacity. How is the Red Cross assisting those people?
Hand in hand with the state of Florida and every single county that is being impacted and being flexed and needed. I would encourage folks to go to the shelter, connect with your local shelter. Shelters are a place of resource, they are a place of community. But we also know for some folks, the option might be to now hunker down if you stayed behind. But my encouragement to everybody follow the words of advice from your local emergency management. They know exactly what's going on in your county and know exactly what to do to help keep you safe.
For those who are in the process of evacuating or haven't left yet, what should people know about transportation options if they don't have their own?
This can be a really difficult time for folks, and we are hearing reports that evacuating can be difficult. However, as you make those moves, tune into your local emergency management. They're going to be able to tell you what's going on in those counties. I'm here in Tallahassee, and I've come across many families who've evacuated from West Central Florida, and they are sharing their stories. They're nervous, they're anxious, and it's a difficult time for folks, and we understand that. But staying plugged in while you can, whether that's listening to the news, staying on social media, and getting those updates from your emergency management.
Nicole Mall with the American Red Cross, we thank you so much, not just for your time, but also your assistance to the residents in Florida. And now Deputy Director with the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome, joins
light at the
us
end of
now
the
with the latest on
tunnel is going to get dark.
Thank you and your team for all the work that you all are doing. With
Total
the storm now upon us,
atmosphere.
put the size and scope and path of this storm into context for us.
Well, it basically, I'll zoom out a little bit here, covers most of the Florida Peninsula. There's not much of the Florida Peninsula that isn't feeling some impact from this system, extending all the way down into South Florida. You know, we had a band of tornadoes, tornado outbreak, if you will, sort of sweep through the southeastern portion of the state, that far removed from the center. And now we're starting to get the storm surge that we feared is starting to materialize just to the south of the Tampa Bay area, so the sort of Sarasota, Venice area. And the core of the hurricane is starting to move into the Tampa St. Pete area, where we now have an extreme wind warning. What that means is the winds are so extreme that it's now a shelter-in-place type situation. It's no longer, safe to be out of your home.
And you've been studying hurricanes for decades at this point. What's different about this massive storm that people need to know?
What's different about this storm is you usually there's four big hazards in a hurricane: tornadoes, storm surge, heavy rain and flooding, and then of course the wind. Usually you get some combination, 2 or 3 of those. In this one, we're getting all 4 at sort of full force. I mean, you're getting the worst of those 4 hazards all come together, and in the breadth of the impact too. Normally these hurricanes sort of more of a compact swath of damage. Look at the damage that you're seeing. Is the reporting coming in over big sweeps of the Florida Peninsula.
And we know that hurricane categories are based on wind speed, and that Milton is now Category 3. But of course, wind is not the only threat to life. What else are you watching in particular?
Well, this is why for days we've been telling people to not focus too much on the Saffir-Simpson scale. The Saffir-Simpson scale is just telling you the peak winds. It's not telling you anything about the tornadoes or the storm surge or the heavy rain. And so, some people thought it was weakening, but it wasn't really. It was just weakening from the peak wind speed perspective. It was actually growing in size, which was magnifying these other hazards. And so hopefully people heeded those warnings and took this one seriously.
If there is a Florida resident who's watching our broadcast tonight, what kind of message would you have for them?
This is why you've got to look at hurricanes differently than maybe you looked at them in the past. A lot of people base their thoughts on hurricanes about what they experienced from a past storm. They'll compare it to a past storm. These hurricanes, especially the ones that are big like this, they really have a damage footprint that is different, much different than maybe people are used to experience.
Are you planning on staying in your vehicle, man, or
you really have to take
I'll
time to
be staying in the truck.
and your family for mitigating the impacts from these hurricanes.
Jamie Rome, we thank you so much for your expertise and your time. Joining us now is Major General Jason Kelly of the Army Corps of Engineers. Major Kelly,
Busby,
thank
maybe
you for
give him
joining us.
some,
Certainly a lot of your work will happen
locations
after the
in,
storm, but a
the
considerable
team
amount
chat.
is done before landfall. How have you been helping with preparations?
Lindsay, first, thank you for
I honestly hadn't even looked.
on this show.
Like
Our hearts go out
33 minutes.
all that have
Yeah.
been impacted.
Busby, if you could look up some
by
possible
Helene,
locations
and
for him,
certainly
drop them in
those
team chat
that
for him, and
are
then that way when he
in the
pulls
path
in,
and will soon be impacted by
he can have a good
Milton.
spot.
We've been very active in
So when
our
you're pulling into
preparation
Tallahassee,
to
man, we'll just
be
go ahead
set,
and stop it. That way your location
proactive
will
in
be,
our
secure.
quest to make sure that our
nobody's
priorities
Good.
in every storm. First, to support immediate life-saving
Hey, that guy has some
and
bright lights.
emergency response priorities. And then it's important that we sustain lives with critical
They're gone. Well, that one has bright lights too.
power and other needs. And lastly, to initiate recovery, as you said, by assessing and restoring.
We can always end it whenever you wanted to. If you wanted to end it a little
leaders,
early.
Response team are in position, and I think that as we continue,
Yeah,
to
we
watch the
can.
storm, I'm here tonight.
I'm sure people are kind of
Operations Center
dragging
as we
on.
Continue to watch the storm. We are set and prepared to respond.
What parts of Florida do you have troops deployed in right now, and will that be expanding?
Our inbound commander, he's on the move to Tallahassee. One of the beauties of the Corps of Engineers, we have the nation.
We can end it
blanket.
whenever
Our
you want
Jacksonville
to, man.
has
If you wanted to do it early,
throughout.
whatever you
We've
needed.
initiated movement of
All right.
generators, making sure.
I'd say we're
that
probably in the clear now.
subject matter experts,
I just want to make sure I
our
got
infrastructure subject matter
out of there.
They're already set. This is not new. So our presence in
Busby
Florida
said he's
is
on.
existing. So we didn't have to change anything
He's what?
as we start to mobilize.
Busby said
It's
he's
really
on it.
starting
He's
to make
looking
sure
Okay.
that we watch the storm.
locations for
We're
you.
obviously sensitive to where we anticipate landfall, as previous guests have mentioned, but I'm confident that we are in position and ready for what may come later this evening.
Okay, so what may come later this evening, we'll go ahead and pull back up. We'll show Tallahassee radar. Okay, let's see, let's go over here. Zoom out.
Does it look any better to you?
Yeah, Tallahassee looks safe, bro.
Cool.
Tallahassee looks safe. It's going majorly east now.
Oh, you can see it.
Yep.
It's like getting sucked over there.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a barrier right here keeping Tallahassee safe. So that'll be a good spot for you. And then Busby will have a location for you. Possible locations.
That'll work.
So,
I don't even remember the last time I've been in Tallahassee.
so hopefully your buddy's safe.
I hope. I hadn't heard from him. Last time he said anything, he was playing Xbox.
Yeah, he's getting hit pretty good right now. But there's still no surge coming through that area so far, so
That's a plus. Yeah, I don't. Hopefully, someone can report on it. Have some good information.
Ryan Hall, y'all, he's got a storm chaser right in Sarasota. So I would definitely check out Ryan Hall, y'all, after we're done. And he'll have storm chasers that'll show you what's going on and the latest updates for the whole hurricane. And he's the best weatherman out there, man. Got a clear sky coming up ahead of you. You got safety. Busby's gonna get you some locations, so you're good, man.
Aviate, navigate, communicate.
Yep. Whenever you're going back out, just shoot me a call and I'll make sure I get the studio going for you so we can do it and make sure you're safe out there on the roads.
All right. Yeah, I will for sure. Nope. Hopefully, I'm actually able to get some sleep.
I'm sure you will, man. I'm sure you will.
Thank y'all very much for coming with us today. Thank y'all for earlier for having our backs. I know there's not a lot of people left, but
Prayers, everybody.
yeah, prayers for our first responders as well.
Kitty says
I hope
Ryan Hall y'all will be on through the duration, so he will be on. So you can check him out.
Cool. I'll probably just have him in the background because if something new comes up, he's got somebody. Said he has a storm spotter in.
Yeah, he's got a couple of them out there, but he's got one in Sarasota right now. And Samantha Joy just put in reports of Sarasota already flooding. So,
oh man.
Yeah, he's got storm chasers. He's got the weather. He's the best man. He'll break it down. He'll give you the best predictions. It's the only guy I go to. I don't even watch local or national. I just go to Ryan Hall, y'all. So I encourage everybody to go watch him after we're done.
I've watched it before where he's like, he's quick with it. He'll call something, and then like 30 minutes later, the news is talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's always early. He's always early. And I'll probably hop over there and say hi too. So if you see me, just say hey.
Yeah.
And you should probably hop on there too, man. While you and Busby are getting the locations and all that stuff set. So. And again,
I'm going to.
Call me when you're going out there or whatever, and I'll make sure that we help you in any way we can.
Yeah, as soon as I'm up and getting ready to move, I'll give you a call.
Here's something, Joe. According to one website, Priceline and Expedia have emergency accommodations modules with real-time availability. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Busby.
No problem, man.
Try to get some rest. I know you're gonna be. I'm gonna hop over there too.
Okay. Well, good luck, man. Again, call. It looks like you're getting through the good part now, so you should be safe. And,
This is kind of. It's like very. I don't know. Just soothing.
Yeah, it is. It looks nice, man. Nice and calm too. Be safe, and let me know when you need me, and good luck and
Godspeed.
Yes, appreciate you guys in chat. Thank you for all your help too. It is a team.
Yeah, everybody's really nice.
Appreciate it.
Love y'all.
All right, buddy. Be safe.
See you, buddy. I am. See ya.
Good night, everybody. See you guys.